The day the world plunged into ruin, people called it the apocalypse. For me, it was just an update, a server transfer from the virtual world to the real one that happened a few days ago. I was just an ordinary guy in the bustling crowd if you consider being the #1 player on the server of the world's most popular virtual reality game to be ordinary. For years, I reigned at the very top, breaking every record, clearing every dungeon with no one daring to keep up. Then suddenly the server shut down without a single word of warning beforehand. Not one explanation from the publisher. The billion-dollar game vanished from the world overnight. I thought it was some terrible joke, until the sky itself cracked open. 72 hours later, deep blue, twisted spatial portals appeared all over the world. When the first monster stepped out of a portal, humanity screamed, fled, and collapsed in utter despair. Police, the military. Modern weapons, all of them, became as fragile as paper. The rules of the game had changed. There was no respawn button here, no save points. But on the other hand, while billions of people were fumbling, fleeing like directionless moths, my mind held the ultimate weapon knowledge. Here in the land of Azeroth, deep within a hidden dungeon, a world-shaking battle was reaching its conclusion at the altar of the apocalypse. The scene was desolate with rivers of blazing lava. The system announced completion rate 99%. Boom! A violent explosion rocked the entire battlefield. Dust and smoke filled the air. Amidst the chaos, a female warrior with blue wings was exhausted. She worriedly wondered to herself, "Damn it, why isn't he here yet at this rate?" But never mind that. Before her was the hidden boss Ember with 10.5% of its HP remaining. The massive, fiery beast roared in contempt. "You foolish insects, all of you will be destroyed." Immediately after, the boss unleashed its ultimate skill. Countless fireballs enveloped the area. It screamed, "Take this, my flame of fury," facing the devastating attack. The female warrior thought in despair, "It's over." She struggled to her feet, creating one last defensive shield, shouting, "Sacred shield!" and called out a name in desperation, "Nanny!" Suddenly, a steady hand appeared, stopping the attack in its tracks. A calm, deep voice rang out, "I told you, don't call me Nanny." It was Saito Meiji, level 96, rank 4. He turned back and said decisively, "We absolutely must hold out until he gets here." The female warrior, Hitomi Butler, a level 97. Rank 3 quickly regained her composure. Charging forward, she said, "We can restrict the enemy's movements for a moment." "Be careful," Saito replied. "Got it." Hitomi closed in and unleashed a powerful attack on the monster. She yelled, "Ha!" But the boss just laughed hideously, "Kukuku!" It easily blocked the attack with its shield, and mocked them a futile struggle. Instantly, a barrage of attacks rained down, dealing a massive amount of damage to the boss. Hitomi was knocked back, but she managed to signal her teammate in time. "Now!" A figure shot forward with incredible speed, shouting, "Leave it to me!" He unleashed a series of lightning-fast attacks. It dealt a colossal amount of damage, reaching into the millions. That was Dome Seeker, level 96, rank 5. He smiled confidently, finally landed that hit. This will definitely do some serious damage. But Ember was faster. It suddenly appeared behind Doan, its voice dripping with arrogance. "You intend to match my speed?" Doan was utterly horrified. "What? Faster than me?" The boss unleashed a fatal attack called Godslayer. Doan was hit, crying out in pain, "Burn and paralysis effects! I can't move!" Seeing their comrade in danger, Saito and Hitomi screamed in horror, "Don't crack!" The sacred shield shattered into pieces. In that very moment of despair, the expressions of all three had suddenly turned to joy and relief. They exclaimed in unison, "He's here!" A young man with blonde hair and a flaming sword had appeared, blocking Ember's attack. Another teammate sighed in relief. "He's finally here." The young man stood facing the giant boss, his tone frighteningly calm. "Sorry I'm late. Your big brother's forces were a little troublesome." A status window appeared, Kamahata Shizuya, Commander, level 98, rank 1. His blue eyes glinted coldly. "But don't worry, I brought your brother with me. I won't let him go to hell alone." Shizuya and the boss faced each other, the tension becoming palpable. Without another word, the boss lunged, swinging its sword and roaring, "Die!" He moved like a whirlwind, continuously unleashing powerful slashes toward Ember. Saito quickly shouted a warning, "Shizuya, be careful of its flames. If you're too close for more than 3 seconds, you'll be stunned for 1 second." His teammates looked at him with worried eyes. He calmly replied, "That's enough." Shizuya remained calm as he charged in, his voice full of confidence. With 3 seconds, he launched his final slash, finishing his sentence mid-air. That's more than enough. We'll get back what we lost with interest, Shizuya yelled as he unleashed his final slash. A massive surge of energy in the shape of a radiant golden lion's head enveloped the boss. Slash! A blinding streak of light cut through the air. The attack's power pierced through everything in its path. The boss Ember's entire body froze. A huge hole appeared right in the middle of its chest. It only had time to utter in utter disbelief, "Impossible!" before disintegrating into ash. Amidst the boss's final dying embers, Shizuya stood proudly. A system notification appeared. Guild Maple Tofu has defeated Boss Ember in record time. Shizuya quietly looked up at the in-game sky, which was slowly changing, signaling the end of a great battle. Don, still in shock, stammered, "Killed!" "Nate killed it instantly." In contrast, Hitomi seemed completely satisfied. "As expected of our captain." Hitomi crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, "And this was the final boss, pretty average if you ask me." Doan immediately shot back, "What are you talking about? If Shizuya hadn't been here, we would have been wiped out." Doan puffed out his chest proudly, taking credit. "It was all thanks to me risking my life to create that opening, you know." Yeah, Shizuya just chuckled in response. Right, thanks a lot." Hitomi looked annoyed. What's with that vague reply? But meanwhile, Saito observed quietly, thinking to himself, it's not just his top-tier combat skills. His judgment is also far beyond that of a normal person. He gazed at the spot where the boss had just vanished, thinking deeper. No, it's more than that. The reason he's the strongest is because he completely understands this game. Seto looked at Shizuya with admiration, explaining to everyone, it might have looked like he defeated it easily, but that was thanks to a strategy that he came up with instantly based on his complete understanding of the game's system. This guy, he's the king of the land of Azer. Amidst his teammates' chatter, Shizuya remained perfectly calm. Suddenly, a ding rang out, signaling a new notification. An achievement panel appeared before him. Achievement 100 out of 100. All the hardest achievements, including those only a single person could obtain, had been unlocked. He thought quietly, I've finally unlocked all the achievements. For me, this game is now over. But right after that, another unexpected achievement appeared. Unique, omniscient, and omnipotent. Unlock condition. Be the first player across all servers to obtain all other achievements. Shizuya couldn't help but be surprised. An achievement I didn't know about. This is a unique achievement. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue light enveloped the entire team. An emergency announcement echoed throughout the world of Land of Azer. System auto-update initiated. Service will terminate in 5 seconds. New content will welcome you after maintenance. Duan shouted in a panic. Service termination. He continued shouting in confusion. A new version, but there wasn't any announcement. The developers are so irresponsible. Shizuya just remained silent, his gaze pensive. The scene shifts to the real world where gamers are wearing VR gear. A voice rings out, in the near future. Our protagonist, now with black hair, thinks to himself, I'm really looking forward to it. The in-game screen fades to black with the final message, hope to see you again. 5 days later. A high-speed train glides through a modern city under the morning sun. On a news broadcast, a female anchor is reporting, who would have ever thought that an online game, as popular and profitable as the Land of Azer, would suddenly shut down. No plans for a new version, not one word of explanation for the players. It's as if it never even existed. On that very train, the black-haired young man, the real-life Shizuya, is scrolling through his phone with a puzzled expression. I don't get it. He clenches his fist, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek, his heart filled with regret. I was logged out before I even got to see the special effect for that unique achievement. He opens the Mapo Tofu group chat. The other members are chatting excitedly about their outings completely unrelated to the game's shutdown. The train's announcer chimes in, the next station is Hamamizu Station. Please be careful when disembarking. At the same time, he sends a message to someone. Arrived at Hamamizu. Thanks for letting me get the final achievement before the service ended. The recipient, named Suji, quickly replies, I'm surprised to hear you say thanks. He lets out a small smirk and replies, Are you messing with me? Instantly, another message from a female friend pops up. Look at this. A declaration of war. It was followed by a link. He wondered, puzzled, a declaration of war. and clicked the link. It was a video of a popular female streamer. She said gravely, "I've found an important clue regarding the shutdown of the land of Azer. The guild named Mapo Tofu is highly suspicious." She pulled up a ranking board and pointed to it. While the second-place guild has a completion rate of 33.9%, the guild in first-place Mapo Tofu clearly has a rate of 101%. The streamer looked directly into the camera, her voice challenging. Shouldn't their leader Kamahata Shizuya have an explanation for this? A viewer's comment popped up. "Don't tell me the service ended, because you got the 101st achievement." Hearing this, Shizuya leaned back in his seat, his gaze distant, as he looked out the window. He murmured to himself thoughtfully, Could it actually be true? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a strange sensation washed over him, making Shizuya clutch his neck. He gasped in shock. What the hell is this?" His pupils shrank in terror, reflecting an unimaginable sight. The train car suddenly shattered, and everyone, including him, was sucked into a blue digital vortex. A fierce surge of energy swept everything away in an instant. When he came to his senses, Shizuya found himself in an unfamiliar place, and on his arm glowing digital circuits had appeared. Bewildered, he asked, "What is this?" A chaotic flash of the torn-apart train car appeared. Suddenly he found himself free-falling amidst the wreckage. A massive slash of energy tore through the space, right beside him. Its power was terrifying. He was thrown to the ground, clutching his chest as a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. The characters from the game have appeared in the real world. From within a stone wall, a gigantic armored monster began to emerge. The monster fully materialized, towering over the survivors. In another corner, an army of different monsters led by a blue knight also appeared, causing a frightened man to scream, "What the hell are those things?" Panic erupted as people shoved each other to escape. "Move! You're in the way!" "I'm so scared," the monster struck without a hint of hesitation, cutting down a man in its path. As the man's body fell, a woman behind him let out a desperate cry. "Help! Help me!" The girl's eyes filled with terror as the monster's blade swung down. "No!" Screams and the sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere, turning the station into a living hell. Amidst the bloody scene, Shizuya stood alone, facing the monster's gigantic blade. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, wondering, what in the world is happening? The monster charged forward to attack. He felt a familiar killing intent. What was this familiar feeling? He instinctively dodged the monster's attack. The movement awakened a memory in him. I've seen this technique somewhere before. The monster executed a powerful spinning slash. Shizuya dodged the blade's path by a hair's breadth as a memory from the game flooded back to him. That's my skill. That's right. He stomped his foot on the ground, an instinctive move honed by thousands of hours in the game. An image of his in-game character appeared, also using that same skill, as he shouted, "Don't fall back, advance." Seemingly recognizing something in his movement, the monster paused, observing him cautiously. Shizuya's eyes glowed with the system's blue light. Yes, I get it now. It's just as I thought. Instantly, an information panel appeared before him. Kamahata Shizuya Level 1 Class None Title. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Its info panel appeared. Noble Level 35 Class Commander. He thought to himself, what is this technique? I've seen it many times before. Shizuya recognized it instantly. A basic skill of the Commander class. Lion Slash, he named the skill. He landed on the ground after dodging the attack. The monster's slash left a long gash on the cliff face. He looked around, assessing the strangely familiar terrain. And this place, it's probably a shortcut to the Jun dungeon. He recognized a familiar structure in the distance. The Jun station. The monster roared again and charged at him, but Shizuya gritted his teeth. Damn it! Is it targeting me? He immediately turned and fled, making a quick calculation in his head. With a level gap this big, I have no chance of winning in a direct fight. He ran along a narrow path that seemed to be a destroyed railway. I have no other choice but to take a gamble. He stopped taking a stance like in the game, but a chilling thought suddenly hit him. I forgot, this is the real world. He started running again. The monster's blade was right behind him, and a single mistake could cost him his life. Yet despite the precarious situation, an excited smile spread across Shizuya's face. He thought to himself, but I'm just enjoying myself. He watched the sword slash down, the feeling strangely familiar. He was finally playing a game after so long. Shizuya suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at the charging monster with a sharp gaze. His blue eyes shone brightly. I'm sorry, but he was luring the monster toward the giant worm, and right at that moment, the worm lunged with terrifying speed, sweeping it far away. Game over. As the monster was defeated, a series of level-up notifications appeared, taking him from level 1 to level 8 in an instant. He closed his eyes, savoring the feeling, the taste of victory. He stood on the cracked ground and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, my gamble paid off. A memory from the game came back to him when he and his teammates had also used the terrain to win. Terrain skills were a pain to deal with in the game, but they're really effective for hunting higher-level opponents. In that moment, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly pulled out his phone. That's right. What about the others? He opened the Mapo Tofu group chat. Everyone was in a panic, reporting that attacks were happening everywhere. Reading through the messages, he sighed in relief. Everyone's safe. But it seemed like only Rinkai City had been invaded by the game world. His relief didn't last long, however, as a new group of monsters appeared. 3 Dark Hunters, level 28, 30 and 32. Another monster has arrived. He glanced at his own level 8, then at the approaching monsters. He knew he couldn't fight them, but first I need to protect myself. Just then, a notification popped up from where the commander monster had been defeated. Item drop detected. Beginning analysis. He looked down. Is this that commander's weapon? A beautiful greatsword made of blue crystal materialized before him. The item's information panel appeared. It was a unique certification weapon called Certificate of Advancement. It had incredibly powerful stats and skills for a low-level player and could even help the user change their class to commander. Shizuya was stunned by its power. What the hell is this? What's with these ridiculous stats? To get a treasure like this? At the very beginning of the game, a selection window appeared. Fuse yes, no. It came with a warning about a vengeful pursuit skill, which would allow the original owner to track him for 7 days. He thought quickly. Of course. But isn't vengeful pursuit a player skill used to retrieve stolen items? Why would a monster be able to use it before he could decide a Royal Dark Archer level 25 appeared and drew its bow aiming right at him? An arrow of energy flew towards him at terrifying speed. There was no more time to hesitate. Shizuya screamed in his head and made his choice. Yes. The sword instantly dissolved into energy and fused with his right arm. He clenched his fist, his gaze determined. Surviving here and now is the top priority. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared. Unique trait, omniscient and omnipotent activated, unlocking all class branches and skills for the commander class. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is all of the commander's skills have been unlocked. Is this the effect of omniscience and omnipotence? Courage flag. Without a second of hesitation, he activates one of the newly unlocked skills. His entire body is enveloped in a blue aura. Activating it, the skill description for Courage Flag appears. A support skill that increases speed defense and max HP for allies. He starts running blue energy enveloping his body. First, I need to shake them off. An idea flashes in his mind. This is it. The description for the Lion Slash skill appears. Performs a leaping slash, can be activated up to 3 times consecutively. He immediately recognizes its value. But Lion Slash isn't just a powerful attack skill. He runs towards the station stairwell. It's an amazing mobility skill. It lets you jump 3 times. He shouts, Lion Slash, activating and using the skill to leap up the stairs. In just 3 lightning wreath jumps, the shadow hunters immediately roar and give chase, but Shizuya quickly vanishes from their sight. Reaching the top of the stairs, he ducks behind a wall, panting and listening. Did I lose them? He sighs in relief, looking at his arm that has fused with the sword. This thing saved me. Both its stats and skills are stronger than they were in the game. He's secretly amazed as he looks at the familiar stat window. He narrows his eyes. A thorny problem comes to mind. The issue is the vengeful pursuit skill. For now, I need to get out of this cavern before the monsters come back. He cautiously moves out from his hiding spot, but immediately freezes when he sees a massive army of monsters patrolling the station's main hall. He presses himself back behind a wall. His heart pounds. There's an unbelievable number of them. Suddenly, he sees a strange glowing crystal amidst the horde of monsters. His eyes widen in astonishment. What? Is that a respawn point? He can't believe his eyes. A crazy thought flashes through his mind. Isn't that something only for players? The vengeful pursuit skill and a respawn point. Both are unique to each player. So why A series of horrifying thoughts run down his spine as he connects the events. Wait a minute. Could it be this monster is a player who can respawn infinitely? And we humans, we're the monsters being hunted by them. His entire worldview collapses as he realizes the cruel truth. This is the new version of the Land of A. He stares at the newly respawned commander monster, a chill running through his body. If that's true, then for the next 7 days, we'll be hunted by infinitely respawning monsters, until that guy kills me and takes back his weapon. There's no way a player would let their weapon be taken by a monster. He clenches his fist, determination flaring in his eyes. I can't just sit here and wait to die. I know this game better than anyone, even if the enemy is an immortal player. He glares at the approaching horde of monsters. He turns and starts running. Even if I only have 1 life, I will survive. He dashes down another staircase. His game memories start working at full capacity. If my prediction is right, this underground area should lead to the Worm Station's worm dungeon. He stops in front of a giant pit. It's dark and gruesome, just like he remembers. A C-rank dungeon, Farah's heart. Just as I thought, it's here. He recalls the giant worm monsters inside. The worms in this dungeon don't seem to have any connection to Farah's heart, but actually, it's a hidden element that only a few people know about, one that lets you clear it without fighting the boss. He lets out a breath, sweat trickling down his forehead. With this method, I can level up, while avoiding that player's pursuit. But he can't help but worry. If that hidden element doesn't exist like it did in the game, I'll have no choice but to defeat the boss. The chances of me beating the boss alone right now are almost 0. As he's calculating his options, he suddenly whips his head around. The commander monster has appeared right behind him. Damn it already respawned. He grits his teeth. I have no other choice. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumps into the deep, dark pit, using his hands and feet to grab onto the giant worms clinging to the walls to slow his descent. He quickly moves across the wall of worms. First create some distance, then head straight for the cave. He spots his target in the distance. As he runs, his eyes dart around searching. Where is it? Where is its location? His heart hammers in his chest as he can't find the entrance. This is bad. The giant worms below have started to rise, lunging towards him with mouths full of sharp teeth. At this rate, they're going to catch me just as he's about to despair. He spots a small opening in the cliff face. There it is. The lion. /skill window appears. He uses all his strength, activating the skill to launch himself toward the opening. Cutting through the swarm of worms closing in on him, he lands safely inside the secret cave. Looking back at the snarling worms outside, that was too close. Inside the cave, Shizuya finds a glowing pool of water. He recognizes it instantly. The tears of Farah. He reaches out his hand to catch a shimmering drop. Immediately, a system notification appears. Stat plus 0.01. Another notification appears. The trial of Farah has begun. The power of Farah flows into your body. If interrupted, you will be cursed by Farah. He smirks. Everything's happening just like in the game. All right? Just like in the game. 1 drop every 5 seconds. In 100 seconds, I get 1 stat point. In 3 days, I can get 50 points. He sits down in the middle of the pool and begins the process of absorbing the power. Notifications of stat point +1 appear continuously. But the trial isn't that simple. Brutal images of people being savagely murdered begin to flash in his mind. He furrows his brow and sweat starts to bead on his forehead. Huh. What is this? The illusions become more and more real. Desperate screams echo in his mind. He realizes the cruel difference between this world and the game, so my mental state is being weakened. This is the difference between a game and reality. Amidst the chaotic illusions, he hears familiar voices calling his name. That voice. Hitomi images of his guildmates appear. They're smiling and warmly calling his name. Everyone from the guild. But then their smiles twist into gruesome, bloody grins. They roar, "You're too late!" He screams in absolute terror. He collapses to his knees in the pool, clutching his head. Damn it! The mental attacks are getting stronger. He grits his teeth and slams his fist into the water. Trying to use logic to fight off the encroaching hallucinations, he calmed himself down. Time passed in torment, as he clenched his fists, determined not to fall. 2 days have probably passed. Only 1 day left. I have to endure it at all costs. To fight against the mental torture, he used a sharp piece of rock to stab himself in the shoulder. Using physical pain to keep his mind sharp, he did it. Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him. He shot his head up. That player commander had found him. He stood there silently looking down at him from above. In his despair, he thought, is this the end? In his final hallucination, he saw himself collapsing into a pool of water, but he had no choice but to accept it. A mere human has no chance of winning. There's no way I can defeat a player who can respawn infinitely. It's all just wishful thinking on my part. His consciousness began to fade. Maybe I should just give up. If I give up, I won't have to suffer anymore. But deep inside, the will of the strongest player awakened. No, that's not it. I am the strongest player no matter how low my level is. That's no reason to lose to scum like them. It's just that I can't revive anymore. The pride of a king wouldn't allow him to fall. Then I don't need to revive. I can do this. I will not lose. Just then, a formal notification rang out. Recognized by the Farah, you have become one of the creatures of the species. A small worm slowly approached and touched his forehead. He snapped out of it and all the hallucinations vanished. He panted heavily, clutching his chest. Was that a hallucination? A wave of exhaustion hit him and he staggered. I feel dizzy, probably because I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. For now, I need to get out of here. He struggled to his feet and stepped out of the pool of water. He headed towards the exit where the swarm of worms was gathered. Since I passed the trial, these guys shouldn't attack me. But from the deep darkness of the cave, countless terrifying glowing red eyes lit up. He froze, his whole body stiff. This is a giant worm. Larger than all the others, it emerged from the darkness. It was the dungeon boss. The boss slowly opened its tooth-filled mouth, but instead of attacking it, spat out a glowing crystal. A notification panel appeared. Worm Essence. The boss looked at him as if signaling something. Shizuya understood its intention. Are you saying that eating this will restore my health? It seems I've truly been accepted as an ally. After recovering, he carefully returned to the station entrance. It looks like all the high-level players at the entrance have left. Now only players below level 20 are left. He stepped out of the dungeon, blue lightning crackling around his body. The current me is equivalent to level 25. I can fight, but I have to end this before the high-level players return. He immediately charged into the middle of the monster swarm, activating the skill Lion Slash. He then unleashed another skill, creating a powerful shockwave, Stun Shock. He continuously used Lion Slash, moving like a flash of lightning through the enemy formation, artfully dodging their attacks. A distant archer fired a homing arrow, but thanks to the effect of the Flag of Courage, his movement speed was increased by 20%, making him just fast enough to dodge it. The arrow slammed into a fire hydrant on the wall, right where he had just been. Boom. A small explosion occurred, and smoke and dust filled the air. Shizuya ducked behind a pillar. My heart is pounding. I can't stay here any longer. He glanced through the smoke and saw the enemy's silhouettes. While their vision is obscured, I need to get out of here. But just then, someone appeared above him. His intuition screamed at him to turn back. The monster had appeared suddenly from a blind spot, swinging its sharp claws and slashing his shoulder. He fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding wound. He looked up to see a tall figure approaching him. Damn it! I let my guard down. The leader held up a glowing stone. He recognized it immediately. It was a teleportation stone. Right after that, more players appeared from behind him. He understood the situation. A party. No wonder they found my position so quickly. He clutched his wound, staring into the blinding light from the stone. I can't dodge this attack. Just in that moment of despair, a growl echoed from behind him. The ground shook violently. From the worm dungeon, thousands of giant worms. They surged out like a tsunami. They charged straight towards the group of players, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh. Shizuya stood up, the wound still throbbing with pain. But he was safe. He turned back and said to the swarm of worms, Everyone, I'm saved. Without you guys, I would have been dead for sure. He looked down at his wound. Blue particles of light from the worm essence began to heal him. He still had a lot of the essence left. Amidst the chaos, he spotted the teleportation stone that the players had dropped. A teleportation stone! His eyes lit up. A bold plan began to form. He turned and shouted to the swarm, Everyone swallow that teleportation stone, and move at high speed! The worms immediately obeyed. They lunged forward and swallowed the stone. But with the size of the worms, the clustered players could easily escape. So crush them with high-speed movement. The worms shot forward like a tornado, sweeping away everything in their path. A notification panel appeared. His level had shot up to 17. He couldn't help but be surprised. I'm getting experience from the players defeated by the worms too. My level went up by 9. He looked at the shattered pieces of equipment left behind. It's a shame their gear was crushed along with them. Damn rich bastards. He turned and started running from the station. Whatever. Now I just need to retreat before they respawn. Just the thought of those guys coming back over and over again was enough to drive him crazy. I'll find a way to stop them from coming back. The scene changes to the outside. The entire city was engulfed in flames. Drones flew across the sky, broadcasting an urgent message. Emergency evacuation order. We are under attack by unidentified creatures. Please evacuate to the nearest shelter. Military rescue forces will arrive in 2 days. Deep underground citizens are crowding into a shelter. A drone repeats, please remain calm and evacuate. A man hurries past. Hey, what's taking so long? Hurry up. Amidst the chaos, a girl with blue hair and pink headphones stands calmly in a corner, humming softly to her music, oblivious to the pandemonium. A panicked man runs hastily out of the convenience store, shouting, I'm coming right out. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl walks against the flow, casually entering. She picks a pack of gum from a shelf, turns to the checkout counter and calls out, I'd like to pay. She completely ignores the sight of a giant monster smashing a building outside the glass doors. Seeing the empty counter as roars echo from outside, the girl glued to her phone murmurs, Is there no staff here? I guess I'll have to check myself out. Stepping out onto a street engulfed in flames and being ravaged by the monster, she annoyedly holds up her phone, searching for a signal. She grumbles, the reception is so bad these days, while strolling through a crowd of people running for their lives. She lets out an annoyed sigh. So frustrating. I can only listen to my downloaded songs. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, grabs her arm, and yanks her back. The girl yelps in surprise. Ah! Her headphones fly off, and a drink bottle and her shopping bag clatter to the ground. The one who pulled her is a young man in a hooded jacket. Shizuya, startled, she is about to shout, What the hell? But he immediately pulls her behind a wall, hushing her, Shh! The next second, a giant armored foot of a monster stomps down, crushing the shopping bag lying on the street. Amidst the flames, the towering, lanky shadow assassin stands right next to their hiding spot. Shizuya whispers reproachfully, You almost ran right into it. Man, didn't you see it? In contrast to the tension of facing a level 25 shadow assassin, the girl just scratches her head and laughs sheepishly. I was too focused on my phone. Suddenly, the monster whips its head around. Shizuya flinches and yells, We've been spotted! Run! Then grabs the girl's hand and bolts. The giant assassin lunges forward, swinging its sharp blade down. Shizuya quickly ducks to dodge the blow. He forcefully pulls the girl back behind him, shouting a warning, Watch out! The girl looks back, dazed at the terrifying attack that just whizzed past her. Not giving the enemy a chance to follow up, Shizuya uses the energy greatsword in his right hand to block the monster's fatal strike. Shizuya's blue eyes gleam with intense focus. System display level 17. Class Commander. Title, All-Knowing. Heart of Faraf. He braces himself, swings his sword with immense force, and knocks the monster's weapon away. Knocked back, the shadow assassin leaps away into the air and immediately fires a ball of energy from its hand straight toward him. Shizuya calmly splits the energy ball in two, reading the enemy. Attacking while retreating. That's a basic assassin move. Realizing the terrain is a disadvantage, he quickly jumps back into a small alley, calculating. Fighting an assassin in a maze-like area like this isn't to our advantage. We should retreat. As he lands, Shizuya unleashes a powerful slash, smashing through a pile of steel scaffolding to open an escape route. Suddenly, he sees someone casually filming him. As Shizuya stands amidst the fiery rubble and turns his head, his jaw drops in irritation. He sees the blue-haired girl still cheerfully taking pictures with her phone. Why are you still here? He grabs her hand again and pulls her forcefully. We don't know how long we can hold them off. Let's go, he urges. The girl looks back regretfully. Wait, my stuff is still back there. As they run, he yells in frustration, How can you be so oblivious? Think about the situation we're in. The girl mumbles back nonchalantly, They won't attack anyway. Her words reach Shizuya's ears. He turns in surprise to ask, What? The girl immediately laughs it off evasively. Ah ha ha! It's nothing. Dropping the playful act, her eyes suddenly fixate on his glowing arm with its digital patterns. More importantly, that hand. Shizuya narrows his eyes slightly, looking down at the arm that holds the monster's power, his expression a mix of contemplation and resolve. A lot has happened, he replies, clenching his fist. Channeling his power, he summons the brilliant blue greatsword. When I picked up their weapon, he continues clearly, I received the exact same power they have. The blue light reflects on Shizuya's face as he thinks, for now I'll just have to deal with this. At the same time, a system notification flashes in his mind. The scene shifts to Rinkai City, now nothing but a smoldering ruin of fire and smoke under a quiet sunset. Suddenly, on an overgrown path, choked with weeds, stands a sign, Bomb Shelter Area, 300 meters ahead. A girl's voice calls out from behind, Hey! As she follows him, the girl asks curiously, You seem to know your way around better than I do, and I've played here a lot. Is this really your first time in Rinkai? Shizuya waves the map in his hand and replies casually, I have a map. See, it's not that I'm familiar with Rinkai City, he thinks, looking at the glowing system map before him. I probably just know Hound Village, the beginner's area in the land of A. That's it. The markers on both maps align perfectly. He analyzes internally. The map of Rinkai City is a perfect match for Hound Village. Could Hound Village have been modeled after Rinkai City? Still walking forward, he turns and asks her a question in return. There's something I want to check. Why did you come to a deserted place like this? And why do you keep following me? Put on the spot. She abruptly stops and stomps her foot. Pointing at herself, she pouts and snaps. Could you stop calling me you like that? My name is Koko Ichiro. Koko Ichiro. You can call me Koko. Meanwhile, a speechless Shizuya just ignored her, but Koko cheerfully skipped along behind him. The only reason I'm following you is because it looked like fun. Shizuya sighed to himself. She has absolutely no sense of caution. Suddenly, the tip of his shoe touched a faint magic barrier on the ground, creating small ripples. They both stopped, peering down a dark passage that led deep underground. The system displayed a notification, Hidden Cave. Koko cheered excitedly. We're here! They turned on their flashlights, illuminating the surrounding rock walls. Koko asked, Isn't this the old bomb shelter we used to play in? What's going on here? Shizuya immediately put a finger to his lips, giving her a serious look. Shh! From deep within the cave, bright flashes and explosions began to erupt, followed by the deafening roar of gunfire. Sparks flew, shattering the silence of the shelter. Inside, a male and a female soldier were firing furiously. The man shouted, I told you one person was enough! Get inside now! But the woman was resolute. That's not happening. They were fighting desperately against two formidable monsters, a level 20 Shadow Mage and a level 23 Shadow Warrior, hiding from a distance. Shizuya observed the enemy formation and spotted a level 18 Shadow Cleric hiding in the back. He narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Their levels are lower than the ones. We fought at the station and they don't seem to have much combat experience for their level. With a burst of lightning energy, Shizuya shot out from his hiding spot at an incredible speed. We can win this! Seeing his reckless move, a panicked Koko screamed, Shizuya! Startled, the female soldier swung her gun towards the rushing shadow. Shizuya was also surprised. There are others here too. The female soldier froze. Wait, is that... Seeing Shizuya leap through the air with an energy sword in his hand, she gasped in shock. Ah, a human! Ignoring her astonishment, Shizuya brought his sword down in a lightning-infused strike. Take out the healer first. The powerful slash sent the cleric flying as he explained his tactic. Now the warrior has to rush in without any healing. Just as predicted, the warrior charged forward, swinging its fists in rage, but Shizuya easily dodged. Too slow. Seizing the opportunity, the two soldiers immediately opened fire on the mage. I'll provide cover fire. The mage and warrior retreated, startled by the rain of bullets. With lightning-fast reflexes, the mage swung its staff, erecting a massive ice wall across the cave. However, the bullets embedding themselves in the ice shattered, creating a small explosion, and a cold mist obscured everyone's vision. When the smoke cleared, the male soldier lowered his gun, looking around the now empty space in confusion. Where did the monsters go? Shizuya shook the residual energy from his hand and calmly walked out of the smoke. It seems they've retreated. Don't waste any more of your bullets. Despite his words, the female soldier kept her gun aimed warily at him. Why does your arm look exactly like one of theirs? She snapped. Shizuya sighed wearily. Didn't I just prove I'm not your enemy? Why are you pointing a gun at me? Suddenly, Coco ran out and stood in front of the gun with her arms spread wide. I'll vouch for him. He's human. The male soldier next to her slowly lowered his weapon. He urged his partner, he's the one who saved me back in town. Only then did the female soldier finally relax. She holstered her gun, her gaze softening a bit, though her expression remained stern. Let's talk further inside. Deeper inside the cavern was lit by flickering fires where dozens of civilians were taking refuge. One man came forward recognizing the male soldier. Hey, you were an instructor at the military prep academy. Hearing that, Coco, happily munching on a chocolate bar, raised her hand and chimed in excitedly. I trained there too. The three sat down to rest on the ground. The female soldier sighed and explained, we came here on a mission, but all communications were suddenly cut. We were being chased by monsters, so we took refuge in here. She turned her head, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at the exhausted civilians slumped over nearby. These are people we helped along the way. There were hundreds of them at first. Shizuya listened silently, his expression grave. The female soldier continued, this chaos, it's beyond anything we've seen. Just protecting this many people is already more than we can handle. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with anxiety. But they're not going to just leave us alone, are they? Shizuya nodded slightly. You're right. He then thought to himself, how cruel. But if my guess is correct. A memory from the game flashed through his mind, a scene of players entering this very cave. This hidden cave is a dungeon that all beginners absolutely have to clear. And the two soldiers were facing. The image of two enormous, terrifying bosses formed clearly in his mind. The bosses of this dungeon are the twin demons, the level 15 cannon twin demon and the level 15 crossbow twin demon. A flashback of the recent battle played out. As he fired wildly, the male soldier analyzed, the male one has high magic attack and a wide range, but it's slow. The female is fast and accurate. But her power is pretty low. Lost in his thoughts, Shizuya suddenly grimaced, clutching his head and groaning. A startled Coco reached out. What's wrong? He slowly lowered his hand, his blue eyes flashing with a cold glint of understanding. I'm fine. Now everything is clear. Looking out at the ruined cityscape interwoven with lines of digital code, he had a shocking realization. The game had descended into reality. Everything was connected. The human world had become a nest of monsters. The armored phantoms, creatures that rule the system. They appeared without warning, their presence overwhelming. As a player, he thought with rage while a giant demonic shadow loomed over a tiny human figure. How can they slaughter humanity in the name of justice? Who the hell would create a sick game like this? Suddenly, the silence was shattered as two empty soda cans clattered across the front of the darkened shop. Crunch. A heavy, black-armored foot stomped down, crushing them flat. The whole group whipped around in shock. The male soldier, sweating profusely, sounded the alarm. They're here! There are more of them than before, and they're getting tougher. Without a second thought, Khan sprang to her feet and darted toward the cave entrance. I'm going out to check, she yelled, leaving Shizuya calling after her. Hey! Inside, the male soldier urgently herded the civilians deeper into the cave. Everyone hurry. Get further inside. Leave your luggage there. Peeking from behind a rock near the entrance, Khan's eyes widened in suspense as she counted 4, 5. From within the fog, menacing, spiky armored figures loomed into view, radiating pure killing intent. 5 of them this time. Shizuya activated his energy greatsword. The male soldier beside him chambered around, giving orders. Focus on evacuating the civilians. Leave this area to us. The female soldier nodded. Roger that. The enemy formation was revealed: a level 21 Dark Warrior, a level 25 Royal Dark Archer, and a level 20 Dark Mage. The archer began to draw its bow, which flared with a brilliant light. Shizuya narrowed his eyes at the light. Quickly grasping their smokescreen arrow tactic, they were prepared to fight in the dark. He charged straight ahead with his sword, leaving the rear to the 2 soldiers. I'll handle the ones in the back. Give me covering fire. The soldiers shouted in unison. Understood. Seeing Shizuya charge, the mage hiding behind the defensive line immediately raised his hands to gather magic. Fireball. The monster continuously shot out blazing energy orbs straight toward him. Boom, boom. Shizuya deftly weaved his body through the stream of projectiles. He dodged the violent explosions that were tearing up the earth and stone. Noticing him closing in, the giant warrior immediately stepped up and raised its shield to block his path. A defensive stance. Without a hint of hesitation, Shizuya pushed off hard, launching himself into the air. He spectacularly somersaulted over the head of the shield-bearing giant, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy's rear guard. The two soldiers frantically pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets to cover him. Bang, bang, bang. As fast as lightning, Shizuya brought his sword down, splitting the cleric in two, causing its green energy to fracture and dissipate. As he continued to dash forward, he assessed, "They're all just beginners who can only use basic skills. Let's end this quickly." However, the level 25 Royal Shadow Archer suddenly drew its bow, activating a special skill, smokescreen arrow sniping technique. Clang! Shizuya hastily ducked low. He dodged the green energy arrow that whizzed past his face by a hair's breadth. But the arrow suddenly changed direction and ricocheted off the cave wall, making him exclaim in surprise. A wall-bouncing snipe? While struggling to dodge the attack, he glanced over at the mage, gathering a massive glowing fireball. Only that archer seems to have a bit of combat experience. Kaboom! The fireball detonated with terrifying force, shaking the entire cave and creating a blinding cloud of fire. Seeing this, the male soldier, still laying down, suppressing fire, frantically turned and yelled, "Hey, are you okay?" Bursting through the smoke, Shizuya emerged, sword at the ready, and answered firmly, "Yeah, I'm fine." He frowned, realizing the combat strength of these players was clearly increasing. Despite taking a powerful slash from Shizuya, the level 20 mage remained standing and began to glow intensely. An image of the white-cloaked leader flashed through his mind, and a horrifying truth dawned on him. This means their proficiency is increasing by using actual players. The mage's wound was instantly healed by a stream of green light. Shizuya gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it! All that damage I struggled to inflict, healed in an instant." At that moment, the archer stepped forward, drawing its bow to cover its ally. Shizuya frowned. They even know to use the archer to protect the healer. Shizuya was forced to weave back and forth, dodging a relentless volley of energy arrows that tore up the ground around him. Despite his efforts, he growled in frustration as he realized his predicament. "This is bad. I can't close the distance at all." He glanced back at the two soldiers fighting behind him, and an idea to break the stalemate flashed through his mind. "I have no choice but to use them." But before he could make a decision, a warrior with a massive spiked shield charged him like a tank. Bam! A devastating shield bash sent Shizuya flying. His face twisted in agony as his body slammed into the crumbling rock wall. The male soldier's voice cried out in alarm. "It's too dangerous. We need to pull back for now." He struggled to one knee amid the swirling dust, clutching his throbbing shoulder. "Ah!" Looking at the fresh blood on his hand, he thought to himself, if this were a game, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice someone to turn the tables. His blue eyes suddenly flared in the darkness. He bit his lip, wrestling with the thought. But they're living, breathing people. Are you really going to do it, Shizuya? Meanwhile, deep inside the cavern, which shook with every impact, Khan smiled as she approached a little girl huddled in a corner, sobbing. She held out a lollipop. "Here, this is for you." She gently comforted the panicked child. "If you keep making a face like that at your age, you'll get wrinkles before you know it." The little girl shakily accepted the candy. Thank you." Khan gently patted the child's head. "It's all right. Where are your parents?" Tears streamed down her grimy face as the little girl hugged the lollipop and sobbed. "They gave me to Sister Akina, and then they went back to the battlefield." The male soldier yelled, "Shizuya, we have to fall back. I'll use a bomb to open a path." The female soldier next to him agreed while laying down fire. "If we do, we might be able to hold out for a few more days." Refusing to retreat, Shizuya tightened his grip on his brightly glowing energy sword and charged forward once more with a look of pure determination. The system immediately responded, activating Flag of Courage. Ally movement speed and max HP increased. As he charged forward, his radiant energy sword held high. Shizuya glanced back, his eyes filled with profound apology. "I'm sorry." Under the dazzling light shining down on her, the little girl turned around in confusion when she heard a voice call out from behind her, "Miss!" while Shizuya was fending them off. The little girl's trembling voice continued, "Miss Akina and Mr. Takuto." With tears in her eyes, she hugged her lollipop tightly, looking up with innocent eyes at the figures. The soldier firing in the distance. "They're not going to die, right?" Thwump. Before the girl could finish, a flash of blue light pierced through the male soldier Takuto's chest, while the childish voice was still whispering. "Mr. Takuto secretly told me—" The female soldier Akina whipped her head around in shock at the sound. The child's words now seemed like an omen. "That there was something he still hadn't told you, Miss Akina?" Shizuya froze. The system coldly displayed information about the enemy's skill, sniper technique. If the first shot misses, a second shot will be fired. His face was hidden in the shadows, his blue eyes heavy with torment. "I'm sorry. To defeat these players, I have no other choice but to sacrifice him." His gaze shifted toward the twin demons standing side by side where a glowing red chain link symbol had appeared. In the land of Azure, the link is a very special system. Clang! The chain link symbol shattered with a flash of sparks like a chain that had been binding the two's power. Ignoring the formation, Akina frantically rushed towards her fallen comrade. "Mr. Takuto!" At the same time, the system's rules continued to display if one of the two chosen players is killed. She dropped to her knees in despair, pressing her hand against the bleeding wound on his chest, sobbing, "Please wake up." Amidst the thick smoke, Shizuya leaned on his sword, turned, and shouted urgently, "There's no time for grief, retreat!" Ignoring the warning, Akina's trembling hand slowly gripped the rifle of her fallen comrade. She staggered to her feet, her hair falling down, hiding her grief-stricken face. While the system finalized its cruel rule, the other will no longer care for their own life. She scrambled over the rubble to get a backup weapon, ignoring all the roaring explosions. Her hand tightened on the strap of the military duffel bag, her voice hissing through clenched teeth filled with rage. "Those monsters!" Gathering all her strength, she spun around and hurled the bag filled with packs of C4 explosives towards the enemy. The blocks of explosives sailed through the air, landing perfectly in the middle of the Dark Demon Trio's formation. Her tear-streaked face twisted with hatred. She pulled the trigger, activating both the system's berserk state and her own fury. "We'll become frenzied. All of you, just die." Boom. A massive explosion erupted. The ferocious flames swallowed the entire horde of monsters into a blazing sea of fire. Amidst the blinding smoke and dust, she stood frozen in place, panting heavily, her eyes staring blankly into the fire. As Shizuya rushed over, the female soldier, exhausted physically and mentally, collapsed, her knees hitting the cold stone floor as tears streamed down her face. She bit her lip, choking back a sob. "I could have been promoted faster, but he wouldn't listen to my offer to become partners." Takuto's kind face appeared in her memory. She continued her painful story. "He stayed behind to save the civilians who couldn't escape with me instead of retreating." She buried her face in her hands, clawing at the dirt floor, wailing miserably. "What kind of idiot does that?" Her heart-wrenching sobs echoed throughout the cave, enveloping the gloomy and desperate space. Witnessing that immense pain, Shizuya lowered his eyes, a deep, silent regret flickering in his gaze. Suddenly, a choking cough rang out, followed by a stream of tears on Akina's cheeks. "Cough, cough." Suddenly, Takuto grimaced and shot up, clutching his chest and crying out, "Ow, what just happened?" Shizuya smiled faintly in relief, looking at the notification panel. "Because the flag of courage increased your HP and defense, it wasn't a critical hit. Good. My calculation was correct." Takuto stared blankly at the ashes of the monsters. "Did I wipe them all out?" "You did it," Shizuya silently assessed. "Even so, isn't that wound a little too light? Could it be that I underestimated his defense?" Before Takuto could process anything, Akina rushed over and punched him hard in the chest. She yelled resentfully, "You idiot!" Clink. The punch caused a small object to fall from Takuto's shirt and clatter to the ground. He gasped, "Huh!" They both hurriedly bent down their hands, reaching out and touching the object. Akina was surprised. "What's this?" In the dim light, a sparkling diamond ring appeared between their fingers. They both fell into an awkward silence. Takuto scratched his head, his face flushing red as he explained, "I was going to give it to you when we were safe. I never thought it would be the thing that saved my life." Closing the distance between them, Akina threw herself into Takuto's arms, hugging him tightly. Burying her face in her lover's shoulder, tears of joy burst forth as she whimpered, "I've been waiting for this for so long." Standing quietly in a corner, Shizuya watched them reunite safely, a gentle smile on his face. Meanwhile, the little girl peeked over Shizuya's back and asked softly, "Hey, are you okay? How are those two doing?" Shizuya sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "For now, we're safe. I never thought there'd be love between the game's twin demon bosses." He watched Takuto and Akina laughing through happy tears. He realized, even though they're just beginner bosses, we use the system to escape death. It seems this isn't necessarily a losing game after all. A confident and hopeful smile formed on Shizuya's lips. We have a chance to win. But then his gaze suddenly fell, becoming sharp and anxious. But the ominous feeling quickly came true. 30 minutes later, Shizuya stood stunned. Covered in scratches and splattered with blood, the foot of a giant monster slammed down right in front of them, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of despair. Despair struck once again. Rewinding to the moment after the battle in the cave, an angry man yelled at Akina, "Go outside, are you kidding me?" He pointed towards the cave entrance, snapping, "The reason we evacuated here with you people is because it's safer than outside. Going out there where it's crawling with monsters is suicide." The agitation spread to the other civilians who also began to chime in. "That's right. We're absolutely not going out." "Me neither," Akina tried to explain anxiously. "The enemy already knows we're here. We just barely managed to win that last fight. But more and more enemies will just keep coming." Shizuya cut in coldly, his voice slicing through the panicked noise of the crowd. "And that's not all." He stopped walking. He fixed his sharp gaze on the man. "If my theory is correct, the ones we just defeated will revive and attack again." His blue eyes glinted, with danger and severity. "They'll be even stronger than before." Hearing this, the man grew even more panicked and furious. "Then what's the point in resisting? It's hopeless. We might as well all just die and get it over with. So you're saying they can revive infinitely?" He pointed accusingly at Shizuya's glowing hand, full of suspicion. "And more importantly, why should we believe your prediction? I can see that your body is the same as those monsters. We don't even know if you're friend or foe," he continued his slanderous accusations. "For all I know, you're just trying to scare us so you can lead us outside and finish us off yourself." The young woman couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up in his defense. "How can you say something like that to the person who just saved our lives?" She pointed right at the man's face and yelled angrily, "Then go ahead and do whatever you want. Stay here and die like a stray dog." Just as the tension reached its peak, a man named Takuto stepped forward and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He calmly proposed a plan. "How about this? Anyone who wants to leave can come with us. Those who want to stay can wait here. And we will call for reinforcements. I received an order just before the signal was cut. The order was not to wait here, but to evacuate to a safe location at the airport." Takuto looked around at the crowd and asked, "What will you all do?" Suddenly, the little girl from before gently tugged on Akina's sleeve. In a small voice, the girl looked up at Akina with large, tear-filled eyes and said decisively, I'll go with you and Big Brother." The child's brave act made the hesitant adults look at each other and start to reconsider their decision. A young man scratched his head and stepped forward. Breaking the silence, he said, "Well, then I'll go too. It'll be safe if we get to the airport, right?" The crowd gradually split. Those who decided to go began to move forward, leaving the stubborn man standing alone. Realizing he was isolated, he broke into a sweat, grit his teeth, and reluctantly gave in. "Ugh. Okay, fine. I guess." Seeing the man finally give in, the young woman crossed her arms, turned her head away, and snorted coldly. Once everyone was in agreement, Akina gave a loud command. "Everyone, gather your belongings. We leave in 5 minutes. We'll reach the airport before dawn." As they marched through the dark night, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. While holding the little girl's hand, Akina quietly asked, "Hey, Shizuya." Akina looked back and asked, "How did you know they would revive and attack again?" The young woman walking beside her, also curious, chimed in, "This is the first disaster of its kind. Don't you know a little too much?" But Shizuya kept looking straight ahead and answered calmly, "I'm just connecting the dots." A system screen with power stats appeared as Shizuya analyzed. If player-controlled characters from a game appeared in the real world, they would have 2 absolute powers. One, they can grow steadily by using levels, equipment, talents, skills, and so on. But the most troublesome part is the second thing. He glanced at the young woman. His tone grew serious. Players can revive infinitely and try again over and over. A game over screen appeared in his mind. When clearing a dungeon, no matter how many times you get wiped out, you only need to succeed once. Shizuya's blue eyes gleamed in the darkness. As long as this system doesn't change, our side doesn't stand a chance of winning. Hearing that, Takuto asked in surprise, "How can you be so calm?" Shizuya turned to look at Takuto and replied nonchalantly, Me. This is normal. Isn't it? Aren't you all being very calm, too? Takuto looked down, a hint of exhaustion on his face. We're trained soldiers. Even so, his hand trembled slightly as he clenched it into a fist. But we've never been trained to fight monsters like this. Physically and mentally, we're reaching our limits. Hearing that confession, Shizuya stopped and looked back, asking, Then why are you pushing yourselves this hard? He glanced towards the crowd of civilians trudging along. You know perfectly well you can't protect everyone here. The chances of survival would be much higher if it were just the two of you going alone, Shizuya advised pragmatically. Takuto closed his eyes and replied to that practical advice with a gentle smile. I know you don't mean any harm, and you're right. Suddenly, the entire group stopped short when they saw a giant glowing shield emblem carved into a high cliff face. Staring at the unfamiliar symbol, Takuto wondered aloud, there used to be a national emblem and a flag here. Why did it have to turn into this now? He thoughtfully recalled the past. Thinking back now, that was the first time I raised my hand in that salute, but I had no idea what it meant. Shizuya turned to look at Takuto and said seriously, Anyway, you don't have to go that far. The smile never left Takuto's lips. He advised sincerely, if something happens to me, you take her and run. This is just between the two of us, okay? The girl standing nearby suddenly remembered and turned to ask, Now that you mention it, Shizuya, what's going to happen to little Kotona? Takuto answered for him with a sad expression. Kotona's family is already... Akina probably won't abandon her either. Watching Akina lead Kotona by the hand with a radiant smile, Takuto whispered, This is a secret, okay? Due to an injury when she was young, she can't have children. Although she doesn't say it, I'm sure it has always weighed on her heart. Takuto continued, his gentle gaze directed toward his fiancée. Takuto reached into his pocket and gave a sad little laugh. That's why she's never said yes whenever I confessed my feelings. At that moment, a flash of blue light suddenly cracked open from a hidden corner. Boom! Instantly, a massive bolt of blue energy shot forward with lightning speed. Sensing the killing intent, Shizuya, in a panic, threw out his arms and shoved the girl behind him, shouting a warning. Watch out! The lightning bolt slammed into a magic shield that had been erected just in time, creating a violent shockwave. Blood grazed his face. Shizuya's eyes widened in shock at the surprise attack. Everyone from Takuto and the girl to the civilians turned to look with stunned faces. Before they could even process what was happening, but Shizuya looked back, gritting his teeth. Just as I thought. It's those guys from before. Is everyone all right? But then, his pupils contracted in absolute horror. A piercing crimson beam of energy had gone straight through little Kotona's tiny chest. The little girl let out a small, bewildered sound. Huh! Her clear eyes slowly lost their focus. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She fell backward, only managing to whisper, Akina. Thud. Kotona's small body, Chache, hit the cold stone floor. Around them, Akina, Takuto, Kokon, and Shizuya were completely stunned, frozen to the spot by the tragedy that had struck so suddenly. Shizuya's eyes widened, glowing with light. He screamed in utter disbelief, Kotona-chan! A furious rage erupted within him. His hand, glowing with blue energy, slammed into the rock wall, shattering it. Tears streamed down his face. Akina frantically unloaded her weapon forward while a panicked Takuto screamed, It's too dangerous! Fall back! Shizuya and Kokon quickly turned and fled from the chaotic spray of bullets. As he ran, Shizuya glanced back, a cold sweat breaking out as he analyzed the situation. No. Considering that archer's skill, there's no way he would have missed when we were completely defenseless. That means the enemy's target from the very beginning wasn't the main force like us. But the archer's dark figure leaped into the air, darting away at incredible speed. Kotona. Their goal was to make us witness that. Akina's face twisted in pain and hatred. She pulled the trigger, unleashing her fury in a continuous flash of light. The brilliant beam struck the shadow archer squarely in the back, creating a blinding explosion in midair. Ignoring everything, Akina started to charge forward, screaming, They even killed children, you monsters! Takuto hurriedly grabbed her shirt, pulling her back. Calm down! Akina struggled violently in Takuto's arms, tears streaming down her face. Let me go. Seeing the chaotic scene, Shizuya turned back and shouted a warning. Don't go out there. Get back here now. Suddenly, the ground beneath Kokon cracked open. A massive foot stomped down, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Kokon clapped a hand over her mouth in horror. Dad! Shizuya's eyes widened as he cursed himself too late. Why didn't I remember sooner? Above them was a giant stone man. The system displayed Sagolem level 40. Sagolems, an allied unit for the player faction in the Aegir 4 region designed to protect the dungeon entrance. They're NPCs meant to stop enemy forces from blocking the gate. Memories of game exploits flooded back to him. But right after the service started, some players took advantage of a bug in the system. Their trick was to lure enemies that weren't supposed to move into the safe zone when the golem's position was closest to the dungeon entrance. They also exploited the golem's detection ability and the fact that it was easy to defeat in order to hunt bosses. As Shizuya recalled this, the ceiling of the cave above began to crack and crumble. The Shadow Archer slowly raised a hand that emitted a dark aura preparing to absorb something. Instantly, the golem's massive body began to move. It turned away. Kokon trembled. She pointed towards the archer who was siphoning energy from her comrade. "He's absorbing it!" The pitch-black hand completely absorbed the brilliant blue light. A system panel appeared. Royal Shadow Archer has received the title Conqueror of the Hidden Cave. Shizuya gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening, filled with killing intent. So that means they get the reward, too. This dungeon, to you people, we're just nameless monsters. Aren't we? His hand clenched so tight it trembled, was suspended in midair. And this is all just a game to you. Our rage, our hatred. All of our emotions and relationships are just pre-designed assets. Blue lightning erupted violently around Shizuya as bright red warning panels appeared. Activating omniscience and omnipotence along with retrieving equipment will cause 1, 2, then 3 players to pursue you for 7 days. Standing behind him, Kokon stared blankly at the terrifying source of power. The blood-red text flashed continuously. Truly, activate. The veins on Shizuya's face glowed brightly. Data code activated. The system continuously announced, 4 players are now pursuing you. Common loot detected, magic book fragment. Skill acquired, mage, fireball. He stepped forward coldly, his energy sword flaring to life, absorbing all surrounding power. Broken shield detected. Skill acquired, warrior. Defensive stance 1. Prayer book detected. Skill acquired, blessing of the holy light 2. Rare item detected, broken crystal arrow. Skill acquired, archer. Smokescreen arrow. Looking at the golem's massive back, Shizuya muttered bitterly, "Sometimes the glitches that happen in this game." From a distance, the Shadow Archer drew his bow, condensing a powerful dark arrow aimed straight at him. Shizuya threw up a hand, creating an energy barrier, nimbly dodging by a hair's breadth. Are unavoidable, aren't they? Immediately after, he charged forward, launching a blazing flame from his bare hand that knocked the archer back. Fireball. His eyes glowed with fury in the darkness. The system announced trait-coordinated attack. When an attack from a different character class hits the mark, an additional attack can be performed. Shizuya leaped up, swinging his greatsword straight down on the enemy's head. He charged his power once more. Swish! The brutal energy slash tore through the Shadow Archer's armor. He collapsed and began to dissolve into particles of blue light. Shizuya asked coldly, "Do you people have any idea how it feels to be the one left behind?" The hazy images of his fallen comrades appeared in his hand as it gathered power. Rare item detected. Skill acquired, sniping technique. Next was the image of Akina resiliently firing her weapon. Rare item detected, magic cannon A. Skill acquired, twin demon Amana, speed. And the image of Takuto gasping for his last breath as a ring fell. Rare item detected, magic cannon B. Skill acquired, twin demon Beta, mana sweep. Back in the present, the surviving townsfolk were screaming in panic, scattering in all directions. What the hell is that? Run! Before Shizuya now stood, the giant golem transformed. Its 2 eyes glowed brilliantly through the mist. Energy in Shizuya's hand gently coalesced into the shape of a ring. The blue energy twinkled. He whispered sorrowfully, "Akina and Takuto." Shizuya's hand flashed with brilliant blue lightning. A black crystal embedded itself firmly into the back of his hand. The system's voice echoed coldly in his mind, "Your mission." Instantly, the giant golem swung its massive pitch-black fist straight down at him. Shizuya's blue eyes lit up with determination as he muttered, "I'll take it on." Facing the heaven-sent punch of the level 40 sea golem, the system displayed a notification. Damage from non-siege type attacks is reduced by up to 50%. Strength 3. Amidst the crushing gale, Shizuya made a lightning-fast calculation. Logically, I shouldn't face this thing head-on. But if... If I can just buy a little time. Crash! The giant fist slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Shizuya struggled to dodge, narrowly avoiding it. As he fell back, he activated a mana skill. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, along with the fierce belief that he could do this. No. Even with my speed, can I hold this thing off by myself? I can beat it. Boom, boom! A series of fiery magic explosions rained down on the golem's armored body to halt its advance. He landed hard on the ground, skidding to a stop. Looking up at the monster, which was still standing tall, swinging its fist through the smoke, suddenly the blood-red cross-shaped slit of its eye flashed with a blinding light. It was gathering a terrifying amount of destructive energy. He caught that gleam. Shizuya's pupils contracted. He felt a sense of deadly danger approaching without warning. The monster unleashed its SP shockwave skill, firing a colossal crimson laser that swept across the ground. Boom! Shizuya desperately dashed to the side at full speed, leaving behind a horrific explosion that tore through the space. The scarlet laser streak didn't stop, but instead swept in a long line. It pursued him relentlessly, hot on his heels. With no way to retreat, he spun around and immediately activated his defensive stance skill, erecting a diamond-shaped energy shield. To block it, bam! The laser slammed into the shield, creating a sky-scorching explosion that shattered his defense and flung his body into the air. He flipped over and tumbled across the rocky ground. He was bruised and battered all over. From a distance, where the group of civilians was hastily fleeing, the girl looked back at the scene. She screamed his name in despair. Shizuya! Shizuya staggered to a sitting position, gritting his teeth and muttering, "While its attention is on me, run, get as far away as you can. The evacuation is taking longer than I thought." The golem's massive shadow fell over him again. He grimaced in helplessness. Healing takes time to cast. My whole body aches, and I don't have the strength to dodge anymore. Damn it. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, a powerful force shoved him to the side, accompanied by a loud shout. "Get out of the way! Move!" It was the girl and the fierce-looking man from before. They had defied the danger and bravely rushed forward to pull him out of the attack's path. Thud. The monster's blow missed its target. It created a long gash in the ground right where they had just fallen. Not wanting to miss a second time, the giant golem slowly clasped its two hands together. Preparing to deliver a devastating finishing blow, Shizuya looked up, his eyes wide in astonishment, and gasped, "What?" Abruptly, the mechanical monster froze mid-motion. It snapped its head with its blood-red eyes in another direction. Following its movement, Shizuya was stunned to realize something was wrong. The aggro changed. The golem's gaze was fixed on the group of civilians struggling to escape. A terrifying rule of the game flashed in his mind. Golems are programmed to protect players. The golem's target circle locked onto the innocent people in the distance. If the aggro changed, that means another player is dealing damage within its range. Realizing the cruel players were using the golem as a weapon to kill others, Shizuya gritted his teeth, sprang up, and waved his hand to activate the blessing of the holy light, shouting with determination, "I can't let it attack the people who are evacuating." Crack! Shizuya stomped hard on the ground, creating a small fissure before launching himself forward. He shot into the air like an arrow, heading straight for the colossal golem looming before him. As he charged, he analyzed the enemy's weak point. Golems are incredibly tough, but they have one weakness. He circled in the air, dodging the golem's swinging arms. It's the energy core protected by a thick layer of armor. Shizuya delivered a direct lightning strike to the center of the golem's chest, creating a blinding explosion of blue energy. But right after, a giant hand of the golem swung out, striking him hard in mid-air. A voice activated a skill, Mana Scan. A cold command was issued. A surge of energy erupted from within the golem. A series of explosions caused the giant golem to stagger. Zap! The golem's energy core exploded. It created a blinding flash of light that threw everything around it back. The girl was pushed away, only able to cry out in astonishment, "Shizuya!" Caught in the explosion. Shizuya gritted his teeth against the pain. Damn it. I fell for it. He realized the enemy's intention as a golden light enveloped him. Is this the end? A giant pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky, signaling the end of a battle. From a distance, a figure in black armor stood on a cliff, quietly observing. The Shadow Assassin. The leader of the player group slowly turned and walked away. 72 hours had passed since the invasion of the darkness. A fleet of helicopters flew across the sky, heading towards the column of smoke rising from the ground below. Where Shizuya and the golem had just fought, only a deep, smoldering crater remained, emitting plumes of white smoke. One of the players landed, saying in frustration, "Damn, it was taken. I saw the light and flew straight here." Another covered his mouth and speculated, "Maybe it's self-destructed." A red-haired girl with sharp teeth snapped, "Huh." She climbed onto a cannon and looked down at the forest. Who else besides us could have cornered those monsters? Or maybe the unidentified life forms killed each other. The other guy narrowed his eyes, sensing something. He suddenly exclaimed, "Humph!" as he saw a familiar figure flit through the forest. It was the shadow assassin. The red-haired girl landed on the ground and asked, "An elite monster." She hefted a giant hammer onto her shoulder and laughed maniacally. "Looks strong, doesn't he?" Her crimson eyes lit up with excitement. "This is going to be fun, isn't it?" The archer raises his bow and says to his comrade, "Sorry, we're not your target, but once Sasuke gets a taste for blood, I can't stop her." "Well then, don't worry." The archer fires a blue arrow not at the shadow assassin, but at his comrade Sasuke, adding, "This won't take long." The shadow assassin easily dodges the arrow unharmed. After a brief battle, Sasuke collapses to the ground, coughing up blood. "Cough, cough, cough." The archer stands there coldly watching the shadow assassin. With Sasuke lying motionless at his feet, the shadow assassin points the tip of his sword at the archer's neck. The archer exclaims in shock, This is nothing like any enemy I've ever faced before." He sheathes his sword and calmly says, "A completely different level." The shadow assassin gives him a cold glance, then suddenly turns away. Leaving the archer standing there in stunned silence, the shadow assassin stands on a hill, looking down at the city engulfed in flames. Sasuke gets up. She shouts angrily, "Are you looking down on me?" "Why don't you finish me off?" The archer asks coldly. "Or is it that you have a much bigger target?" The scene changes to another location where drones are flying around. As music plays, Shizuya's blue eyes open. He finds himself in a room with a stuffed rabbit on a shelf. He looks around and sees neatly arranged books. It's a girl's room, a girl's room. He sits up and raises a hand to his head. He's surprised to see his right hand has transformed into a monster's hand. My right hand. It's different from before. He recalls the battle. The heat from the golem's core probably melted me. And then, my Sino characteristic absorbed the shadow fragments and, I was reconstructed, losing my human body. An information panel appears, showing that he has absorbed the characteristics and skills of the twin demon and the golem. It doesn't just absorb players and NPCs, but also the characteristics and skills of boss monsters. He thinks to himself, just based on stats alone, it's equivalent to level 25 in the game. The stats also increase based on what's been absorbed. He sits on the bed wondering, more importantly, why am I here? Suddenly, the delicious smell of food reaches his nose. The smell of food? And a singing voice that makes me want to cover my ears. Kokon is humming in the kitchen, a fried egg sizzling in a pan. She turns, smiles, and says, "Oh, you're awake." He pushes aside the curtain and steps out. Kokon says, "Wait just a moment, breakfast is almost ready." He sighs to himself. Such a peaceful, everyday life. He looks out the window to see the city is still engulfed in flames. You'd think they'd pay a little more attention to this state of emergency. It starts to rain outside the window. Kokon asks, "How is it?" He looks at the plate of eggs and bread and replies, It's delicious." He forces a smile. "It's just, I don't really have much of an appetite right now." Kokon laughs loudly. "You don't have to be polite. I know it's terrible myself." She winks playfully. "I've also got cup noodles and other things, you know. Enough to last for a whole week," she continues. "Or that's what I'd like to say, but I'm actually running low on a lot of things. That's why I went shopping yesterday. I can't believe I dropped everything after running into you, but that's not your fault." "Nope. Did you bring me here by yourself after I passed out? What are you talking about?" "Oh, right," she explains. "There was something like a golf cart, so I put you on it and came down the mountain. I had to drag you up the stairs, but you weren't that heavy." "You didn't run into any monsters?" Shizuya asks. "No," Kokon replies. "Why?" Kokon says with a serious expression. "I felt like something was off this whole time." Shizuya looks at her as she continues. "From you? I barely sense any fear or anxiety at all." "It's like, you're not worried about being killed, are you?" Kokon's face falls. She looks at him pensively, her sad eyes looking down for a moment. "Maybe. Yeah, you're right." Shizuya just listens in silence, his blue eyes calm, reflecting the dim light of the room. Suddenly, Kokon forces a smile and scratches her head awkwardly. I've tried it before, but those guys... Her expression suddenly changes, her pink eyes beginning to glow strangely. It seems like they really don't attack me. In her mind, an image flashes of herself huddled amidst the rubble as monsters walk all around her, as if she weren't there. She recalls fleeing with the army, the attacks and screams just passing by her. Attack in this direction. Giant monsters brushed right past her without paying her any mind. They didn't even look at me. Back in the present, Kokon brushes her hair back and smiles proudly. I thought maybe I have some kind of superpower, just like your right hand. Shizuya looks down at his armored arm, pondering. It might be a little different. Have you seen any strange notification panels? Kokon tilts her head in confusion. Like in a game, no, I haven't seen any. Shizuya's monster hand begins to gather blue energy. This might sound like a ridiculous story, but a greatsword quickly materializes out of sharp energy. He explains, my abilities seem to be connected to a game. It's called Azurland. As he ate, he briefly recounted his recent experiences. It confirms my hypothesis. The disaster happening in the world right now is definitely correlated with that game. And, hearing the complex theory, Kokon rested her chin on her hand, bored. I don't know much about games, but... She winked playfully, pointing to herself with a smug look. My ability seems way more awesome. Shizuya sighed at a loss for words. She doesn't understand at all. What is she even comparing it to? Shizuya's face turned serious again. But thanks to that explanation, I've been able to organize my thoughts. If my prediction is correct, humanity is in an incredibly dire situation. Kokon dangled her bare feet under the table and asked softly, So what are you going to do now? Shizuya threw his hands up, making a firm decision. We need to leave Rinkai and get to KAG fast, he thought pensively. My important comrades are in KAG. I need to confirm their safety. Hearing this, Kokon mumbled to herself, a glint of determination in her eyes. Then, resting her chin on her hand, she looked straight at him with a confident smile. I'm going too. Surprised, Shizuya quickly tried to talk her out of it. Wait a minute. If your trait is real, wouldn't it be safer for you to act alone? If you go with someone, you'll get dragged into fights, won't you? Kokon leaned back on the table, her tone a bit resigned. I can do anything by myself, but on the other hand, I have no idea what to do. Her eyes flickered toward him meaningfully. Besides, the image of Shizuya bravely shielding her with his own body came to mind. You don't seem like the type to die easily. A quiet atmosphere settled over the small room as they both fell into thought. Suddenly, a strange noise broke the peace. Click. Startled, Shizuya whipped his head toward the entrance. His eyes were full of caution. This sound. Click, clack, click. The doorknob was being jiggled violently. Ominous dark wisps of air began to seep through the doorframe. Someone was trying to pick the lock. Shizuya immediately shot to his feet, grabbing Kokon's hand. He brought a finger to his lips, signaling, Shh. The girl let out a startled cry. What? Shizuya's eyes were ice cold. He whispered decisively, Leave it to me. Go hide. Hurriedly picking up 2 glasses of water. Shizuya glanced back at Kokon, who was quickly running to hide in the inner room. He frowned, his left hand slowly loosening the gauze bandage wrapped around his right arm. He thought to himself, I hope this is just a false alarm. Jiggle, jiggle. The sound of the doorknob being violently rattled from the outside tore through the quiet atmosphere. The door creaked open. Shizuya stood hidden in the shadows. He looked out at the figure in a deep hood standing on the doorstep, who said in a monotone voice, Hello. In the drizzling rain, 3 suspicious figures in hooded raincoats stood there. They exuded a cold aura. Shizuya immediately put on a friendly face and asked with a smile, Who are you? The one in the baseball cap gave a fake laugh and gestured apologetically. The woman behind him remained silent. Oh, sorry, is someone here? I thought this place was empty. Hiding his right arm behind the gauze bandage, Shizuya kept his welcoming smile. Don't worry about it. But in a situation like this, surviving is what's most important, right? The man with glasses pushed them up, his expression grim as he recounted, We escaped from the monsters and made it all the way here. Looking at the 3 disheveled people at the door, Shizuya opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. Almost everyone in the city is dead, so I can't believe we've run into other survivors. It's raining outside and there are a lot of monsters. If you'd like, please don't hesitate to come in. The three strangers slipped past him into the apartment, replying, "Thanks for having us." Shizuya turned back and said, "I'll go get some drinks. Please make yourselves at home." While the three of them were looking around the living room, the woman in the back suddenly spoke up, asking, She called out, "Where's the restroom?" From the living room, Shizuya calmly pointed the way. "Oh, it's over there." Meanwhile, Kokon was huddled down, hiding in a blind spot nearby. Hidden in the shadows, Kokon was sweating bullets, her eyes wide with absolute fear and tension. Shizuya carried a tray and placed 2 glasses of water on the table in front of the 2 men. He said politely, "Thanks for waiting." The man with glasses stared at him, asking in a suspicious tone, "I've been wondering this whole time, what's with your right hand?" Standing before them, Shizuya calmly lowered his gaze to his own stark white bandaged right arm. He answered with a perfect lie. "I fell and got injured last month. It has nothing to do with the current world situation." The man in the cap chuckled faintly. "Oh, it must be tough living alone." He glanced at the cardboard boxes stacked in the corner of the room, hinting, "But you seem to have a lot of supplies, huh?" Shizuya nodded. "Yeah, I bought them in bulk online. I never thought they'd be useful in this way." Shizuya sat down opposite them. He let out a sigh. "It's unbelievable that the world became like this. In just one day. By the way, what do you guys plan to do now?" The man in the cap replied with a sinister smile. "Well, I was thinking of hiding out for a while in a safe place with plenty of supplies." "Exactly." Shizuya's gaze suddenly turned cold. The other man continued, "A place just like this would be ideal." Shizuya smirked. "I understand, but with 4 people in this room, it's a bit—" Cutting him off, the man in the cap let out a savage laugh. "You're right, but it should be fine with 3 people." "Right!" In a flash, the man shot to his feet, his eyes blood-red with killing intent, swinging a steel pipe in a deadly blow at Shizuya's head. Swoosh! The gauze bandages burst apart. Shizuya's right arm, with its brilliantly glowing blue veins, shot up like lightning to block the attack. He caught the full force of the blow with his bare hand, cracking the steel pipe. The man yelled in shock to his accomplice, "Natsu!" Click. The man with glasses. Natsu instantly drew a yellow gun and aimed it straight at him, firing a volley of black poison-tipped needles that tore through the air toward Shizuya. His expression unchanging. He tilted his head narrowly, dodging with extraordinary reflexes. His monstrous hand swatted the gun, sending it flying out of Natsu's grasp. Without hesitation, Shizuya spun around. He launched a devastating kick into the hooded man's chest, roaring, "You bastards!" Whack! A powerful backhand slammed straight into the man's face, sending him flying as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Completely overwhelmed by Shizuya's power, the man with the glasses collapsed to the ground, trembling as he looked up at Shizuya, a glowing green energy sword shining in his right hand. "A monster!" he cried out in terror. The man screamed in a panic, "You're deliberately taking human form to trick us, aren't you?" Shizuya replied coldly, "That's right." Shizuya stepped closer to the despairing man with the glasses, his eyes soulless. "Luckily, I'm a monster now, shunk." Shizuya plunged his energy sword down. It shattered the golden gun on the floor. "I'm not some defenseless civilian." He raised the glowing sword high into the air, radiating an overwhelming pressure. "Like you people think I am?" Suddenly, a voice from behind made him freeze. "Stop right there." Shizuya turned his gaze, falling. He saw a sharp blade pressed against Kokon's neck. The third man, the one with purple hair, was holding her hostage, growling threateningly, "Or this bitch dies." The man smirked triumphantly. "You think you can fool me?" "I knew it the moment I saw this room. This isn't a place where a man lives alone." Held tightly, Kokon whispered apologetically, "I'm sorry, I got caught." Shizuya slowly lowered his hand and sighed. "I'm the one who should be sorry. It all happened so suddenly I wasn't prepared enough, and I didn't even realize that woman's goal." "It was you." Watching his monstrous arm slowly retract its energy, he blamed himself more than anyone. "I was so stupid. I assumed you were completely safe just because the monsters didn't attack you. As a result, I overlooked the most terrifying existence in this collapsed world order." Shizuya's cold eyes scanned the 3 robbers. "A creature called human!" A tense atmosphere filled the room. The man with the glasses took the opportunity to scramble to his feet, while Shizuya faced the purple-haired man holding Kokon. The purple-haired man was visibly tense. Sweating profusely, he explained, I was just looking for an empty room like always when I smelled something good, so I came to check it out. But I just drew a really bad lot. He glanced nervously at Shizuya's strange right arm. And what's with that arm of his? Shizuya maintained a calm demeanor and proposed, let's make a trade. Hand her over and I'll let you take your comrades and leave. He quickly calculated in his head, they probably don't know my right hand is a long-range weapon. The purple-haired man shouted, refusing, no way, hand over 3 more crates of supplies. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in Kokon's eyes. This is my only chance. But before he could react, shunk! A sharp giant stone sword suddenly pierced through the ceiling. It plunged down. Seizing the moment the enemy was startled, Kokon jerked her body and drove her elbow back, breaking free. The purple-haired man's eyes widened, blood gushing from his mouth as the giant stone sword impaled him through the chest. Kokon grabbed Shizuya's hand and pulled him hard. This way! A familiar name flashed in Shizuya's mind as he ran past the dying body of the purple-haired man. Tokiwaki Shizuya. No. Shizuya looked back in shock at the ruthless stone sword. That sword had sliced right through him. His eyes widened as he recognized the attacker emerging from the shadows. The shadow assassin stepped in. The system displayed the words, Level 41 Aristocrat. Shizuya gritted his teeth. So it's him. Memories of the rules in Azerland flooded back. In Azerland, when a player is killed by a monster, a boss, or another player and drops items, they enter a vengeful wanted state. An image of the archer recovering his equipment flashed in his mind. And if they succeed in their revenge, they can reclaim their lost items. The situation was hanging by a thread. Shizuya quickly pushed Kokon forward. Go, run ahead. The man with the glasses. Natsu looked up in horror as a giant shadow fell over him from above. Slash. The shadow assassin swung his sword, cutting Natsu down in a single blow. Blood splattered everywhere. Shizuya realized with a shock, his target is... The assassin pointed his glowing blade straight at him. Shizuya took a defensive stance. Me. Clang. The assassin lunged forward with a powerful slash. Shizuya immediately raised his energy arm to block the blow. A massive shockwave echoed through the room. The impact was too strong, and combined with the assassin's follow-up kick, it sent Shizuya flying back toward the balcony. Crash! His body smashed through the glass door. Amidst the pouring rain outside, Shizuya fell freely from the tall building. The shadow assassin didn't let up immediately, leaping after him to finish the job in midair. Shizuya twisted his body and raised his hand, firing a brilliant energy orb to counterattack. The system reported mana low, casting speed slowed. The assassin coldly split the magic orb in 2 with his sword. He continued his descent. Thud! Shizuya slammed hard onto a large concrete slab of the ruins below, sliding across it in the cold rain. The assassin landed powerfully. He slammed his sword down, sending water splashing around him. He slowly raised his head, his cold blue eyes fixed on Shizuya, who was clutching his aching shoulder and trying to flee. Shizuya bolted through the rain, trying to find a way to shake off this extremely dangerous enemy. In the heavy downpour, Shizuya clutched his bleeding shoulder, grimacing in pain as he thought, "This is the first time I've taken a direct hit. But I never expected it to be this powerful, asterisk." The sound of heavy panting echoed through the stairwell leading to the second floor of the abandoned building. He leaned wearily against the wall to rest and immediately activated the system. Energy absorption activated along with blessing of the holy light to heal himself. Watching the blue light mend his wound, he assessed himself grimly. I've been able to combine items from various classes to create a superior skill set, but in terms of physical strength, I'm still far weaker than an elite-class monster. Clank! Just then, a heavy armored footstep crushed a puddle of water on the concrete floor. The shadow assassin had caught up swinging his sharp sword, which radiated an oppressive aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Shizuya leaped up and unleashed a burst of explosive energy at the enemy. A wave of mana surged and a series of fiery explosions hit their mark. But the monster ferociously charged through the smoke with demonic speed. Its dark shadow zipped past the sign for the 4th floor, hot on the heels of the prey it had just cornered. An arrow suddenly shot down from above, a sniper shot. He quickly flicked it away with his hand. In that instant, Shizuya swiftly swung his great energy sword in a powerful attack. Whoosh right after that. A massive slash of sword energy tore through the air from above, chopping straight down. It immediately launched a counterattack. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, sliding down the stairs below. Shizuya looked up at the enemy above and smirked slightly. Just as I thought. He continued to unleash a powerful barrage of fire upwards to halt the assassin's advance. His mind was racing, just like in a game. The enemy information displayed on the minimap was only a 2D graphic. It didn't account for the Z-axis for height. Taking full advantage of the winding terrain of the narrow stairwell, he concluded that instead of running far away, the best strategy was to fight tactically in a confined space like this. With the height difference and limited visibility from above, the monster stepped in a puddle of yellow liquid, spilled from an overturned plastic can, all while Shizuya continued his calculations. But tactics alone aren't enough. If I don't kill him here, he'll just keep following me. Shizuya leaped into the air and hurled a blazing fireball toward the puddle of liquid. Phoom! The flames touched the flammable fuel at its feet. The assassin was immediately engulfed in a fierce blaze. Boom! A massive explosion blew out a number of the building's glass windows. Tearing through the stormy night, the stairwell was instantly plunged into a sea of crimson flames that burned everything. Shizuya stepped back to observe, but through the raging inferno, the assassin's figure still stood tall. Shizuya's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the enemy's incredible durability as the monster stepped out of the sea of flames. Its whole body radiated a protective blue light from activating a cleric-type skill, Saint's Breath. Shizuya frowned, realizing the bitter truth. Could it be? There are other shadows around here buffing him. The assassin charged straight through a glass window frame. Countless attacks were fired at it, but it didn't even bother to dodge. While fleeing to the upper floors, Shizuya, drenched in sweat, analyzed the situation. I realized it when I first fought them, but these guys are on a completely different level, different from the monsters I fought in my memories. The battle on the subway train flashed through his mind. That incident on the train, I managed to survive, only because it was a skill I already knew and I could use the terrain to my advantage. But there's no way these guys will give me a second chance. Crack! A huge bolt of lightning. It struck down from the pitch-black sky outside the building. Mixed with the rumbling thunder, it heralded a coming fight to the death with no quarter given. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the pitch-black sky outside the building. Shizuya exclaimed in surprise. Lightning! Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. That's it! He bolted up the stairs, searching for a suitable location. What if I try this? He ran straight out onto the building's rooftop. Just then, a pair of shoes splashed down hard in a puddle in the courtyard below. Kokan looked up worriedly, murmuring his name, Tokiwaki Shizuya. A terrible noise erupted from the building. Is Tokiwaki Shizuya going to be okay? Suddenly, she noticed a cloaked enemy releasing streams of green energy. Kokan frowned, speculating. I wonder if this one is an ally of that other guy. No. She clutched her chest, feeling a sense of dread. This situation is even worse than last time. But what can I do? Is there really no way for me to help? She saw a car nearby. An idea flashed in her mind. That's it, if I use this. She opened the car door, one hand grabbing the steering wheel and the other the gear shift. Her gaze turned resolute. Something only I can do. Something that won't make them target me. The monster was still standing there, seemingly unaware. The city sky was covered in streaks of blue lightning. Shizuya stood on the rooftop, panting in the rain. The shadow assassin stepped out from a doorway, its entire body radiating a cold blue aura as it faced Shizuya. Shizuya gave a faint smile. It seemed the assassin was about to soar into the air, preparing to strike a finishing blow. I've been backed into a corner. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with fighting spirit. I'll take you on right here on this rooftop. The final showdown began. A giant magic circle appeared beneath Shizuya, and the enemy radiating blue lightning. Shizuya struggled to block the attack with his hands. At the same time, Shizuya was being targeted by the assassin's partner. Suddenly from above, Sasuke swung down a giant hammer, roaring, "With that bow!" Oh, who do you think you're aiming at? A terrifying shockwave erupted as Sasuke's hammer slammed down. The target's body lay motionless, its weapon sent flying. She landed on the ground. Looking toward the enemy, a machine angel, Sasuke, issued a challenge. Hey, why don't you forget about that target and have a round with me? Now I'm... Sasuke roared, charging forward like a lightning bolt, absolutely furious. Crash! A deafening explosion rang out as Sasuke slammed her giant hammer into the ground. She aimed straight for the machine angel. However, the enemy nimbly fired a grappling hook through the rain and swung up onto the wall of a skyscraper to evade. Sasuke kicked off a ledge, her sharp eyes following the monster's silhouette as it hung between the skyscrapers in the rain. She scowled in disgust, shouting sarcastically, "You're supposed to be one of the elites, and yet I can't feel a single shred of fighting spirit from you. Disgusting." Looking down at the roaring blue lightning in the distance, she gritted her teeth and grumbled, "I'm so jealous of the one raising hell over there, Oddle." Still, just one guy. The scene shifts to the rooftop battle. From a distance, Sasuke wonders who on earth that is while Shizuya dives into a fierce clash with the shadow assassin. Slash. The sharp blade grazed Shizuya's face, leaving a bright red bleeding cut on his cheek. Instantly, he lunged forward like a phantom, pressing the attack with a powerful strike from above. He swung his blade down. A brilliant green energy radiated from the assassin's sword. Shizuya hastily slid back on the wet, slippery floor to maintain a safe distance. Suddenly, streams of green energy began to swirl around the assassin's arm. He muttered, activating his skill, Holy Breath Restoration. Shizuya panted. Sweat soaked his forehead. He thought to himself, if I don't sever the link between him and his allies, he'll just keep getting healed. At this rate, I'll be the one to run out of steam. Not giving him a moment to rest, the enemy lunged forward again, his slashes cutting through the air with trails of blinding green light. As Shizuya struggled to dodge, he analyzed, if I can just take down the support, if I can just stop that holy breath, I'll have a chance to win. But how? Just then the assassin leaped high into the air, bringing his sword down on Shizuya's head with terrifying force. Suddenly, Shizuya froze, his eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope. The link. It's been severed. Could it be that mage has been taken down? Looking down at the street below, he was stunned to recognize that car. Could it be Koken Ichiro? Down on the street, Koken was gritting her teeth and slamming on the gas, her face a mask of extreme determination. She yelled, "That's it!" She drove the car straight towards the marksman who had his back turned. She thought smugly, just as I predicted. It looks like he won't attack back. Her small hand tightened on the gear shift. A reckless glint appeared in her eyes. If that's the case, then... But instantly, whoosh, an arrow of green energy shot past her face at lightning speed, sending him flying backward. He nimbly dodged the car's direct impact. Koken's eyes widened in shock, a cold sweat breaking out. From the shadows, the enemy revealed himself with long hair and a cloth covering his face. He raised his glowing bow, coldly aiming right at her. His voice dripped with sarcasm under the rain. Well, well. A little civilian brat dares to fight back, huh? The car screeched to a halt. He walked slowly towards it and continued, Interfering with matters outside my mission isn't my style, but... His eyes turned vicious. He stared intently at Koken. An elite support-type monster who can't coordinate with her allies. You don't see something like that every day. That can't be right, can it? Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Shizuya quickly stomped in a puddle, sliding back to dodge the attack. Boom! The shadow assassin stomped his foot, erupting with a fierce blue energy as he charged straight at him. Seeing the enemy swing his sword, creating a blinding flash, Shizuya gritted his teeth and grumbled, "That Leon slash again!" He ducked just in time to dodge a deadly whirlwind slash from the air, but in the next second, a powerful kick slammed right into Shizuya's chest. Ugh! He coughed up blood, crying out in pain. His body was thrown backward, his shoes carving a long trench that sent rainwater splashing everywhere. His eyes flew open as he struggled to get up, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that assassin. The assassin landed steadily, ready for his next attack. Shizuya panted, stumbling on the slick surface. That was close. If that skill had been a split second faster, I would have been done for. He warily watched the monster standing before him. These guys... They're basically identical to the players from Azurland. He dropped to one knee. Clutching his chest, he calculated, not only are their stats increasing, but their combat skills are also getting more refined with every fight. The longer this battle drags on, the bigger the disadvantage for our side. Even so, he stood up resolutely, watching the enemy charge straight at him. But in this particular battle, stalling for time is my only chance of winning. In the rainy darkness, Shizuya revealed one eye glowing a brilliant blue and spoke coldly because, at this very moment, crack! A massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the rooftop with terrifying power. In an instant, the shadow assassin's figure was completely engulfed by the light, the blinding, crackling electricity. Smoke rose from the enemy's scorched, motionless body. A system window appeared with the text, Noble, Near Death, Paralysis Level, 41. His hand went limp. The sword slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the floor. That was followed by a heavy thud, as the monster's large frame collapsed completely in front of Shizuya. Shizuya panted, looking down at his fallen foe and smirking. Too bad. Once again, your ignorance of the terrain seems to be the cause of your defeat. He coldly passed judgment on the assassin lying motionless in the rain this time. You lost to the laws of this world? He jerked a thumb towards the antenna sparking on the roof of the machine room behind him. Lightning is always drawn to metal in high places. Humans call this a lightning rod. As he finished speaking, he leaped back several times to create a safe distance, leaving trails of blue light under his feet. By the way, I'm doing this to avoid the step voltage created when the lightning rod channels the current down. Standing hunched over his defeated enemy, he sighed softly. To be honest, it wasn't exactly a brilliant plan. If Lady Luck hadn't been smiling on me, I could have very well been the one who got struck by lightning. Without hesitation, Shizuya grabbed the hilt of the enemy's giant sword, which was radiating a blinding power. Even so, I decided to take the gamble. Stab, he used that very sword to pierce through the monster's body, finishing it off decisively. Run to escape the ruthless pursuit that is now before you all. The status window shattered, but Shizuya suddenly frowned in shock, drenched in sweat. What the corpse? It isn't disappearing. Instantly, a violent burst of lightning-shaped energy erupted from the sword embedded in the corpse. Arcs of brilliant red electricity began to crackle all around the area. A strange, provocative voice rang out. Hey now, isn't this more than enough? You came here to kill us humans, didn't you? Immediately after, a terrifyingly massive explosion boomed, blowing away countless bricks and creating a blinding, destructive flash of light amidst the thick dust from the shattered wall. Sasuke appeared carrying a giant hammer with an utterly savage smile. Nothing will get solved if you all just keep running away. Her crimson eyes were wide with madness. Arcs of energy crackled around her as she excitedly looked up at the sky where a massive, glowing, drill-shaped attack was aimed right at her. Crash! The attack slammed into the ground, destroying everything. But Sasuke had already nimbly dodged towards a corner to avoid it, a sweaty, twisted grin on her face. She roared in a frenzy, "Yes! This is it! This is how it's supposed to be!" Watching the monster turn and flee into the dark factory complex, a teammate's voice urgently came through the earpiece. Wait, Sasuke, don't chase them too far. Her excitement was cut short. Sasuke frowned in annoyance, touching her communication device. Ha! Why not? In another area down on the street, the green-haired archer was calmly analyzing the situation over his comms. The elite monster I was fighting also suddenly retreated. It must have received some kind of order. Despite Sasuke yelling angrily through the earpiece, so what if it did? Hey, I'm about to explode over here. The archer calmly turned his back towards Conan's vehicle beside him. Sasuke's face immediately fell and she went silent as the archer coldly announced, "We've also just received an order to assemble from the boss." The archer's back slowly faded. That's right. I don't have the full picture of the situation over there either. But the boss's orders are absolute. Meanwhile, Conan watched them silently, her mind filled with questions. These people. Tokiwaki Shizuya mentioned they could fight monsters with Sino, but for some reason, they're completely different from Tokiwaki Shizuya. The archer turned his head and concluded over the radio, "All right then, let's assemble at point B1. Hearing that, Conan frowned slightly, deducing, "From the way he talks, it seems like he has other comrades." Pushing her thoughts aside, Conan sharply turned her head. Her eyes lit up with determination and worry. "Forget it! More importantly, I need to find out what Tokiwaki Shizuya's situation is right now." Amidst the pouring rain and lightning that tore across the night sky, a mysterious dark figure stood silently on the roof of a tall building looking up at a giant bird-like creature. With blood-red eyes, it was perched menacingly on the ledge. The scene shifts to the sky above a desolate city where helicopters are circling. A notification appears. 102 hours have passed since the invasion of the darkness. A voice crackled over the radio, HQ to Cat 5, HQ to Cat 5. From the helicopter cockpit, an urgent voice continued. Received an SOS on an internal frequency. Coordinates are 30 degrees 45 minutes north latitude, 120 degrees 45 minutes east longitude. I repeat, you are immediately assigned to the rescue team. Change course now and execute the rescue mission. Please confirm receipt. Staring at the map screen displaying the destination, the pilot responded, HQ. HQ. This is Cat 5. Coordinates received. This unit's medical equipment and capacity are limited. Rescuing a large number of injured people is impossible. Requesting support from other units. Over. The helicopter soared past ruined towers in the twilight. Then a firm voice came from HQ. This is HQ to Cat 5. The rescue targets are 1 male and 1 female, a total of 2 people. Pilot, proceed with the rescue. Over and out. While descending into the dusty ruins, the pilot cautiously asked again, Cat 5 to HQ. Was that distress signal sent from Unit B-183? Requesting confirmation. Over. Leaving his doubts behind, the helicopter touched down. Immediately, a joyful Conan hiding behind Shizuya cried out, Great, the rescue team is here! But as Conan excitedly put her hand on the helicopter door and peeked inside, the pilot shouted in alarm, Who the hell are you? Conan blinked in confusion. Huh? As the pilot's sweating bullets swore, Damn it, I heard it was 1 male and 1 female, so I just assumed. At that moment, Shizuya calmly stepped forward and interrupted, You thought it was Okamoto Takuto and Kyomoto Akina, right? Causing the pilot to whip his head around in shock. How did you know that? Do you know them? Once seated in the passenger compartment, Shizuya looked down at the ground thoughtfully and began to explain, Those 2. His voice dropped, filled with sorrow and regret. Were on a mission to rescue refugees and fought alongside me. I got this radio from them too. The air grew quiet. As the helicopter lifted off, circling over the desolate rooftops, it carried a heavy silence. After hearing the story, the pilot glanced back, his eyes tinged with sadness, and spoke. I see. But we haven't had a single piece of good news since yesterday. As he manipulated the controls, he informed them, We received an emergency mission to come help you. We still have another mission to attend to, so we'll drop you 2 off at the nearest refugee camp. Let's go, let's go. But Shizuya cut in, Wait, where are you heading now? Conan suddenly let out a sneeze from behind him. Achoo! The pilot glanced back, then sighed and said, Well, it's not exactly top-secret information, so I think I can tell you. As you already know, Kaizo City is on the front lines of the war against the shadows. The words startled Shizuya, who thought to himself, These things, they call them shadows, just like the information I saw. Could it be that someone other than me can see the monster's information too? Unable to contain his eagerness, Shizuya leaned forward, grabbing the back of the pilot's seat and asking loudly, If you're going to Kaizo City, can you please take me with you? The pilot was startled. To Kaizo City. Do you have any idea how dangerous that place is? With beads of sweat on his forehead, the pilot explained tensely under Shizuya's determined gaze, We're heading there as reinforcements. There's almost no chance of making it back alive. He lowered his voice, his expression becoming extremely serious. You understand that, right? Can I ask what your reason is? Kokan listened quietly as Shizuya replied firmly. I have very important friends in Kaizo City. I won't interfere with your mission. You just have to drop me off when we get to Kaizo City. I can protect myself. The helicopter soared through the white clouds. The pilot's voice rang out with acknowledgement. That's a convincing argument. You've survived this long. In a ruined city, so you must be pretty strong. All right, then. Turning to the back seat, Kokan tilted her head and curiously asked the pensive Shizuya, Important friends, huh? Are they more important than your own life? Seeing his silence, she playfully leaned forward with a suggestive smile. Could it be a girl, I wonder? Shizuya glanced away and answered calmly, The person in Kaizo City is a woman, and others are heading there too. So what? Hearing this, Kokan smiled gently, brought a finger to her chin, batted her eyelashes, and said, I'm so jealous. I wish I had that many friends, too. With that, she let out a big yawn, ha! Stretching her arms out and twisting languidly. Watching the rotor blades has been making me so sleepy. Without waiting for his reaction, Kokan scooted over and leaned her head on Shizuya's shoulder. Closing her eyes with a bright smile, she said in a sweet voice, You don't mind if I lean on your shoulder for a bit, do you? In response to her cute pestering, Shizuya closed his eyes tightly and let out a tired, relaxed sigh. Go ahead. A deafening sound erupted. Shizuya's face showed clear shock and tension. The roaring engine shook violently as the pilot turned around and shouted in a panic. This is Cat 5. We've reached the designated point. It seems we're under enemy attack. The helicopter lurched and swayed violently. Kokan lost her balance and tumbled over. She cried out in alarm. Tokiwaki Shizuya, what's happening? Shizuya could only remain silent, his eyes sharp and cold as he broke into a sweat looking outside. The scene before him was horrific, filled with endless smoke fire and combat helicopters. He thought to himself, so this is war. Down on the ground, tanks and soldiers were firing relentlessly, creating a series of deafening explosions. Suddenly, a giant blue magic circle appeared, glowing brilliantly right under the combat formation. Immediately, deadly lightning bolts rained down mercilessly, causing the soldiers to scream horribly in agony. Standing on the roof of a nearby building, a humanoid monster with sharp claws was maintaining that magic circle. Seizing the opportunity, a volley of missiles shot up from the helicopters, aiming straight for the monster's position. A cataclysmic explosion wiped out the top of the building in a sea of fire. And yet, from within the smoke, a winged monster shot out, heading straight for a helicopter just as the radio confirmed the target was eliminated. The monster lunged savagely, tearing the helicopter apart. The pilot only had time to scream, "We're under attack," requesting backup before the aircraft exploded into pieces. In the cockpit of Cat 5, the alarm blared continuously. The pilot, sweating and terrified, stared at the radar screen. The signal had vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in a formless space, a giant hand made of darkness and crackling with lightning hovered over a chessboard. The hand mercilessly snatched and crushed an angel statue on the board. Then it reached out and dragged a rook piece forward. Corresponding to that move in the real world, a giant thorny monster descended right into the middle of the human soldiers' formation. The giant frantically swung its massive spiked mace, smashing everything around it in earth-shattering explosions. Witnessing the brutal scene, Shizuya gritted his teeth and looked out the helicopter window. "There's another reason I have to go to Kaizo City?" The helicopter swerved, dodging the rain of firepower as he continued to think to himself, "And it's a reason I've never told anyone." His eyes fixed on a skyscraper in the distance, he analyzed. If this reality is identical to the game world, then the first Fortress players in Otherland should attack. Staring at the clock tower, Shizuya speculated, the defense tower in a large-scale battlefield is probably... An image of a dark, ancient tower appeared in his mind. The sea region. Back in reality, the entire city below was engulfed in flames and intense airstrikes. The pilot gritted his teeth, focused intently, and opened fire. "Don't you mess with us! The weapons we prepared for modern warfare!" he yelled in desperation, as he saw the flying monsters easily dodging the bullets. "Are useless against these monsters." The alarm blared again. The pilot panicked. "What, the fire control radar isn't working?" Shizuya calmly reminded them that it was probably the effect of the barrier. They would have to aim manually. Shizuya frowned, thinking intensely. In modern warfare, information is the most powerful weapon, but it's useless against an enemy of unknown origin. Judging from the enemy's formation, it's as if they know every single one of our tactics and countermeasures. He recalled the familiar image from the game screen. In the game, this was the conclusion I reached after countless failed attempts. Suddenly realizing the imminent danger, he whipped around and yelled, "Ichiro!" which made the startled girl look back. "Huh, me!" Without hesitation, Shizuya rushed over and pushed her toward the wide-open side door. "No time to explain. Do you know how to whistle?" His hand gripped her collar, causing her to blush in confusion and reply, "Yes, I do, but why all of a sudden—" Before she could finish, he shoved her hard into the open space behind her. The decisive force made her stumble, crying out, "Huh!" Ichiro free fell from the helicopter cabin, screaming her lungs out against the roaring wind. "Kya!" The wind howled as Shizuya gripped the doorframe, his gaze sharp and resolute as he watched her plummet. Just at that moment, a giant wyvern shrieked from below, rocketing up to viciously attack the helicopter. Quick as a flash, Shizuya summoned his greatsword, which crackled with the power of lightning. Parrying the attack, he leaped straight out into the open air, landing a powerful lightning-infused slash across the dragon's face. Leaving the helicopter behind, he dove down to battle the beast. He left the petrified pilot screaming after him. Shizuya glanced back and yelled at the pilot, "Get out of here now!" as the monster's shadow fell right behind him. Plunging through the air, he activated his skill-brave flag. Dazzling wings of light unfurled, boosting his allies' stats as he prepared to face the danger below. A massive fanged draconic maw opened wide, ready to devour him amidst the flares illuminating the night sky. Without a shred of hesitation, Shizuya brought down a terrifying pillar of lightning. Activating a powerful attack with a 5-second cooldown, he slammed it straight into the monster's head. Amidst the aerial chaos, he thought to himself, "I can't turn the tide of this battle on my own. But first I need to land." Suddenly, his eyes shot open in astonishment as he sensed an incredibly sharp presence rushing toward him. A streak of golden light zipped past at terrifying speed. It knocked him aside, forcing him to grit his teeth through the impact. As he regained his balance and looked down, Shizuya gasped in horror. "This is bad." Below him was a dense swarm of flying dragons. The dense flock of ferocious beasts roared in unison, charging straight for him with sharp beaks and deadly talons. Shizuya struggled to maneuver, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Besieged on all sides by the furiously attacking monsters. He quickly regained his balance, threw one dragon aside, and summoned his sword, unleashing a powerful swing. It was only enough to push the swarm away for a moment. Just then a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed his firmly. Somehow, Ichiro was riding on a dragon, reaching out to save him. She grasped his hand tightly, pulling him closer. Surprised, he asked, "Why did you come back?" Ichiro replied, "Why, to save you, of course." Ichiro recalled the moment she was pushed, smiling to herself. "You really surprised me, pushing me down without a single word, but I understood your intention while I was in freefall." She had whistled, and the sound echoed. A massive shadow had swooped down from the sky in response to her call. Returning to the present, she spoke confidently to Shizuya as they both rode on its back. "More importantly, this little one will help us." But suddenly the monster bucked and dove toward the ground, making Ichiro shriek, "Whoa!" The dragon bucked wildly out of control as it zipped between the buildings. Ichiro panicked. "What's going on? It was listening to me just a moment ago." Shizuya, struggling to hang on, shouted an explanation. "It's because it doesn't consider me an ally. In the game, this monster is a griffin, a unit with the order and virtue attributes. It has a trait that instinctively makes it save players who are falling from the sky." Losing control because of Shizuya's presence, the young griffin smashed headfirst into the glass face of a high-rise building. The massive impact shattered the glass, tearing out a huge chunk of the building. As a violent aftershock hit, Shizuya quickly pulled Ichiro close, shielding her from the debris as they tumbled through a cloud of dust. The griffin slid to a stop, clinging to the outside of the building. It growled in pain and rage, glaring at the two of them. Shizuya instantly summoned his lightning greatsword, his gaze turning cold as he prepared to end it. "There's no other choice." But Ichiro quickly shouted, "Wait!" Spreading her arms to shield the creature from him, she pleaded, "Please let me talk to it," ignoring Shizuya's protests. She crept closer to the enormous angry beast and said gently, "You're scared, aren't you?" She gently placed a hand on its snout, reassuring it. "It's okay. This person won't hurt you." Just like you, he's the one who saved me. Be a good boy now." "Please just land slowly and let us down, okay?" Shizuya watched Ichiro stunned. His face was a mask of utter shock as he saw her gently tame the ferocious beast. His eyes widened in amazement as he thought, "I've never seen a player who could communicate with them like this before." He thought back to the battles in the game. Of course, in a game to a player, enemies are just numbers, a source of experience points and items. Quest complete. That's because no one would ever think to actually interact with a monster in a game. Returning to the present, Shizuya watched the back of the girl comforting the griffin. That's something only an outlier like Ichiro could ever do. He continued to ponder, his expression growing serious. Thinking about it that way, she might be an even more unique existence than I am. After a moment, the griffin finally cooperated. It took flight, carrying the two of them out over the vast sea, and gently dropped them into the water. Shizuya broke the surface, gasping for breath, while nearby, Ichiro cupped her hands to her mouth and yelled after the departing griffin, "Thank you." The griffin's shadow faded behind the full moon. Kokon continued to wave. "Take care now." Seeing Shizuya just staring at her silently, she swam closer and tilted her head, asking, "What's wrong?" "No." Shizuya just smiled in response. "It's nothing." They swam to the shore. Shizuya looked ahead, lost in thought. So much has happened. But finally, we've made it to Kaizo City. That night, the two of them rested by a campfire. Kokon gently tucked her hair back, breaking the silence. "What are you going to do now?" Shizuya sighed, his expression troubled. "To be honest, I never expected things to get this bad. The advance of the darkness was too fast. Way too fast. This Koto district is already completely occupied. The flickering firelight illuminated a corner of the desolate city and the bridge spanning the river. Kokon asked again, her voice laced with worry. "Where are your friends? Surely they're not in Koto district." "Right." Without answering her question, Shizuya silently stood up, turned his back, and started to walk away. His back radiated determination. Seeing this, Kokon rushed forward, grabbing his hand tightly and shouting in alarm, "Hey, you can't be serious about going. It's too dangerous." But Shizuya just replied calmly, "That's exactly why I have to go. But I can't just turn a blind eye when my friends are in danger." Kokon let go, clutching her head and groaning helplessly. You seem so calm, but at times like this, you're terrifyingly stubborn. She looked up at him and asked suspiciously, You have a plan, don't you? You're not going to suggest that I should go instead, are you? Kokon's face immediately lit up. She raised a finger confidently. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Since the darkness doesn't attack me anyway, I might actually be safer in Koto District. Shizuya snapped, but we don't even know if that trait of yours will last forever. Making her impatiently cut in, That's enough. Hurry up and describe your friends. You have a picture, don't you? Seeing Shizuya's silence, Kokon gave a sly smile. He sighed in defeat. Ha! Kokon then playfully leaned in close, curiously peering at his phone. Let me see. The last offline meeting was about 2 years ago, I think. Watching the photo, she commented with delight. This looks so fun. The man next to you is blushing. Even back then, you were still posing. Admiring the woman in the photo, Kokon marveled, Oh, she's a beauty. She has such a classy aura, too. Could she be a young lady? From some wealthy family, Shizuya explained with a smile. That's an Hitomi. I don't know what her life is like in the real world, but she's not the kind of person you're imagining. This made Kokon mutter, Suddenly, Kokon patted his shoulder enthusiastically. I get it now, I'll definitely find her for you. So don't you worry. Shizuya could only ask wearily, What exactly is it that you get? Kokon quickly snatched his phone. Tapping away, she said, I've saved the meeting spot and what to do if something happens on my phone. Yeah, but be careful. Yes, and don't get too cocky about that trait of yours, she replied excitedly. Yeah. The girl cheerfully ran ahead, then looked back and urged, Come on, you're in the way. Standing alone by the fire, Kokon gently brought a hand to her mouth and let out a soft whistle. Her purple eyes gleamed with mischief and mystery. Instantly, a griffin flew to her, then soared away with a flap of its wings. He vanished into the night under the full moon. Watching the young dragons flying in the sky, Shizuya thought to himself, his face showing clear concern. Even so, she got used to this way too fast. He leaned against a tree trunk, his sharp gaze fixed on the flickering flames, a plan already forming in his mind. Shh! Of course I have no intention of seriously leaving everything to her. I let her go because for my plan from here on out... He looked up at the panoramic view of the ruined city, his resolute voice echoing in his mind, I can't let her get involved. The next day, in another part of the city, a fierce battle raged on under the sun. An army of shadow cavalry on war horses with glowing red eyes was roaring as they galloped through the streets. The demonic horde swept through, sowing chaos and destruction upon the human defense lines, easily breaking through their defenses. Cold, sharp blades swung down on the soldiers hiding behind a barricade. A panicked soldier yelled into his radio, The enemy's main force is cavalry and archers. Don't fight in the open, lure them into the park. Meanwhile, from a hidden position in the bushes, a sniper was aiming straight at a shadow mage. But just as the soldier was about to pull the trigger, a shadow suddenly appeared right above his target. The mage unleashed a lightning-fast attack. A violent bolt of lightning energy shot straight towards the sniper. The vicious attack was about to hit its mark when, in the heat of the moment, a mysterious figure leaped out from the forest. Kicking the assassin away before the enemy could react, the person pulled out a gun and fired a rapid burst. The bullets riddled the mage's chest, causing it to stagger back in pain. That hero was Shizuya, standing tall over the monster's corpse. A nearby soldier cried out in joy, We're saved! Sir, what unit are you from? Shizuya coolly swapped in a new magazine and asked, Where's the nearest command post? Is it at the station? The soldier quickly replied, Yes, sir, 2 more stops on line number 1. He furrowed his brow slightly. I see. In the real world, that would be Kaizo Station. This location perfectly matches a key point in the game core nest, he thought to himself. If I go there, I should be able to meet up with humanity's core forces. Rushing forward, he hid behind a statue and glanced down at his right hand. I don't know how humanity will react to someone as unique as me, so for now, I'll hide my right hand. Entering the station area, he saw a group of soldiers firing cautiously at their surroundings. Inside the station, he calculated to himself, humanity still controls this area, so the subway must still be running. But suddenly, a blazing red laser alarm system was activated. Automated gun turrets from the ceiling swiveled in unison and aimed straight at him. He leaped high into the air, dodging the hail of bullets. His right arm transformed into a massive lightning shield. It steadfastly blocked the barrage of bullets. Sparks flew as the rounds impacted the shield, creating deafening explosions. He absorbed the energy from the attack. A notification panel appeared, lightning mana. The lightning energy converged into a dazzling sphere of light and fired back, destroying the entire automated gun system. A squad of soldiers rushed out from a tunnel, pointing their guns at him and shouting, "Intruder detected, ready to fire." He quickly raised his hands to reassure them, Wait, I'm human." But another soldier was still skeptical. "Human?" The commanding officer snapped. Then why did he trigger the alarm system meant specifically for shadows? And what's with that right hand? Shizuya was stunned. Specifically for shadows, he thought. Why would something like that exist? To humanity, aren't shadows just some mysterious creatures that appeared a few days ago? He held out both hands, trying to explain, "It's a long story, but I'm definitely human." But the soldiers remained cautious. Back up, back up." Shizuya glanced to the side. He could feel an immense, murderous aura rushing in from behind the soldiers and muttered, "This is bad." A blazing golden rain of bullets shot out from the tunnel, riddling the soldiers. The men fired frantically as a troop of red-eyed shadow cavalry galloped out of the darkness. Getting out here won't last long, Shizuya considered as he sliced a monster in half while the subway was still running. With shadows blocking his path, he leaped over the staircase railing without a second thought. His coat fluttered in the wind as he plunged into the darkness, his body in a free fall down the deep tunnel, hurtling down into the abyss at a dizzying speed. Bam! Shizuya landed with a lightning-clad fist on the train's roof, creating a powerful shockwave and an instant flash of blue light. He shot through the subway tunnel at a blinding speed, racing against time. In the control room, a red warning lit up the radar screen for all units. Warning, an unidentified signal is rapidly approaching. Commander intercepting in the tunnel along with the subway. Shizuya focused his energy into his right arm. With a sharp gaze, he rushed forward, ignoring all obstacles. But the moment he emerged, he cried out in shock, Hey, are you guys really going to take it that far?" He saw a wall of soldiers armed to the teeth aiming their guns right at him. A red laser sight from one of the rifles locked onto his chest, signaling that a volley of fire was imminent. A large caliber round was fired. Shizuya leaned, dodging the deadly bullet by a hair's breadth. He swung his arm, creating a powerful electrical current that deflected the next wave of attacks. Sparks of electricity shot from Shizuya as he gritted his teeth with a confident smile, feeling the power surging within him. This power, it's even greater than those shadows. He launched himself over the train. Dodging a torrential rain of bullets, he took cover behind a stone pillar as the train sped along below. This isn't good, he thought worriedly. If I don't break through this encirclement, I won't be able to talk things out with them. Shizuya activated the weapon on his right arm, hesitating. He was caught in a dilemma. It would be difficult to get through this situation without hurting anyone. Suddenly, the sound of slow clapping echoed, followed by a sharp command from a man wearing a ring, "Cease fire." Shizuya froze completely, taken by surprise. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as the bewildered soldiers lowered their weapons on command. A hand holding a tablet displaying a system error notification stepped forward. After investigation, it's been confirmed there was a malfunction in the alarm system. An authoritative blonde man in an elegant white suit descended the escalator. "He's not a shadow," the man said, looking down at the soldiers with a cold gaze. "He's an ally." Seeing the newcomer's face, Shizuya was stunned. It's him. Cut to the area outside the National Assembly building where helicopters and troops are heavily concentrated. 44 hours have passed since the shadow invasion began. At the temporary command center, Frontline Station 2A, the air was thick with the tension of war. The blonde man walked down the steps toward Shizuya and asked, "You're Shizuya Tokarashi, correct?" He then turned his back to the soldiers and provocatively asked Shizuya, "Were you planning to slaughter every last one of them if I hadn't appeared?" "What?" Shizuya replied coldly, his eyes filled with suspicion. "I only came to request your cooperation." I've seen this guy somewhere before, he thought. He looked down at his feet, recalling the attack just moments ago. But a moment ago The blonde man turned back with a knowing, dangerous smile. "Really, we're trying to kill you, you know." He casually continued with his philosophy, putting Shizuya on guard. "Just because we're at war doesn't mean a show of sincerity will make your enemy hesitate." Their tense conversation was cut short by an older man in sunglasses who approached them. "What is it this time? Representative William, is he an ally of yours as well?" the soldiers asked, still aiming their weapons suspiciously. The blonde man spread his hands in exasperation. "Again with this? You make it sound like we're the ones causing all the trouble." Despite the tension, he casually draped an arm over Shizuya's shoulder and said with a laugh, This is our first time meeting. He's the man who just arrived at Tuesday a few hours ago. Due to a few glitches, we couldn't pick up his Sino signal, but he managed to find his own way here. Seeing his own reflection in the other man's sunglasses, Shizuya had a quiet realization. So this guy is an outkeeper too, a holder of the exception. The man glanced at Shizuya's mechanical arm. He smirked knowingly. It seems you've gotten used to those game-like titles, haven't you? Just then the old commander straightened his uniform and announced sternly, "There will be a meeting in 1 hour. A representative from the Sim Corporation will be in attendance, so please prepare accordingly." Hearing this, the blond man William waved cheerfully and called out, "How many people from our side are permitted to join?" The commander replied coldly without turning around before he walked away. "A maximum of 2. Cut to a luxurious room where William was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. First, he ordered, "Take off your clothes." He pointed to a suit laid out on the bed. "Then take a shower and change into this." Shizuya immediately held up a hand in protest, frowning in confusion. "Hold on. You can't be serious. We're going to meet with high-ranking military officials looking like this." William leaned back in his chair with a calculating smile. "You want information first, fine by me. Besides, I'm quite interested in you too." Shizuya looked up at the ceiling, searching his memory for what he knew about the organization. The Sim Corporation, an international conglomerate ranked 5th in the world, founded 200 years ago. Images of their facilities flashed through his mind. Their business covers everything from electronics and finance to mechanical sciences, spanning a wide range of fields. He recalled a modern laboratory filled with state-of-the-art machinery. They were also the ones who created Viamo Puzzle Land. Back in the present, Shizuya clenched his fist and demanded of the man in front of him, "How much does the Sim Corporation understand about the situation?" William admitted while manipulating a holographic screen, "Less than you'd think." The sudden appearance of the darkness threw the global network into chaos. Even I couldn't keep track of everything. The status of the subsidiaries. He glanced at Shizuya, explaining the term he'd just used. "The darkness. That's the name my subordinates coined for them." From behind the frosted glass of the shower, Shizuya's voice called out, "Am I being targeted because the system identified me as one of the darkness?" "No, but don't worry about it. I have access to the core system so I can register you." Letting the water pour over him, Shizuya exclaimed in surprise, "It's only been 1 week since the darkness appeared, and you've already built an entire system." William raised a finger, explaining, "You see, before a game is officially released, there's always a beta test. This is pretty much the same thing. It's true they've only been invading for 5 days, but the overwrite process started 2 weeks ago." Shizuya listened silently, his face reflected in the screen before him as he mulled over what he'd just heard. A world map appeared. The tests had been conducted in secret, in uninhabited regions. But major international organizations and agencies quickly grasped the severity of the situation and began sharing information. Shizuya wiped his face. His eyes sharpened as he asked, "But you didn't release any of that to the public, did you?" William closed his eyes with a wry smile, a hint of resignation on his face. "You understand, why don't you?" It would have only caused mass panic. Shizuya ran a hand through his wet hair, thinking. So even naming the enemy was handled by the heir to the Sim Corporation. Certain people with power and influence. I must have known about the connection between Azurland and the darkness. He looked up at the showerhead, analyzing deeper. But judging by the military's attitude, they don't fully trust the Sim Corporation. The situation seems more complicated than he's letting on. Shizuya's silhouette appeared on the glass. His voice called out, questioning, "But didn't this chaos happen precisely because you guys failed to warn anyone?" William crossed his arms. "I understand. I'm not trying to make excuses." He glanced up at the ceiling. His expression turned serious, helpless. "We only found out about the enemy's existence recently ourselves, and we're still trying to study them. We had absolutely no idea when or where they would attack or what their strategy would be." Shizuya bent down and picked up his clothes just as William Sim stepped out of the changing room, his expression composed. With a soft hiss, the sliding door opened to the hallway outside. Shizuya stepped out, adjusting his collar. He turned and asked, "Is it all right to designate them as outkeepers?" "Like that man from before said." William, fastening the buttons of his vest, calmly replied, "That's right. Think of it as a temporary unit established to analyze the darkness and form a response." He glanced toward the changing room, adding, "But it's still in its infancy, so they don't quite have the skill level you demonstrated back in the subway." Shizuya slipped on his long coat as he heard William say in a formal tone, "My apologies, but for the time being you'll have to wear this." William walked leisurely, hands in his pockets, and shrugged. "Look, it was just a suggestion. I'm not forcing you. We've already shared information. So are you going to tell me the truth? If not, when the military asks about my right arm, you won't be able to explain it." William turned and leaned against the wall, confessing, "I don't know all the details myself. What I've gathered from fighting for my life is that this is somehow connected to Azrael Jack." A faint metallic sound was heard as Shizuya clenched his cybernetic hand. "This right arm." He stared at the energy circuits on it, speculating it was probably caused by touching a Sino of the darkness. Snap. William snapped his fingers, his eyes lighting up with interest. "Sino, is that what you call the energy circuit inside their armor? I like it. Let's call it that from now on." He took Shizuya's arm, observing it with curiosity. "This looks different from our technology. It's as if the power is drawn directly from the darkness. How did you manage it? Could it be—" Suddenly, William's high-tech watch began to beep. He glanced at the screen and clicked his tongue. "Shh!" Shizuya was already walking toward the conference room door. The hem of his coat fluttered. "Time to go talk to the stubborn old man." William put his hand on the doorknob and looked back at him, his gaze meaningful. "We'll continue this conversation later. Kakisubata Shizuya." Shizuya stared right back at him as he recalled just who this man was. William Sim. An image of a TEM magazine cover flashed through his mind. A man who inherited the blood of both Eastern and Western financial dynasties. A prodigy who seized power at a young age with his incredible skill and took control of the Sim Corporation, the new version of Azurland. The developer of Azurland couldn't possibly have such superficial information. I can't let my guard down for a single second. A global combat map appeared covered in red circles indicating invasions erupting worldwide. Kaizo was their target from the very beginning. Pillars of light descend from the sky, unleashing monsters to ravage the city. They're attacking other regions to divide our forces while they prepare to strike Kaizo once its defenses are worn down. In the briefing room, a large screen displayed a map of the treacherous terrain. We took advantage of the fact that the enemy forces were in open terrain to position a sniper unit along the Takano River. As of now, we are holding the enemy east of the river. The female commanding officer pointed to symbols on the map. Situation report. The enemy has pulled back from the front line and is currently in Toilan. In other words, their plan to invade Kaizo has failed. That's good news. The room was filled with a tense atmosphere around the strategy table. We are currently reinforcing our defenses and our troops in the east. As Kaito was reporting on the movements of the darkness, William suddenly raised his hand to cut him off. With a smile, he said, "If I may have a word." The old sunglass-wearing commander clasped his hands together and asked in a stern voice, "What is it?" William, standing beside Shizuya, gave a defiant smile. "Oh, nothing much. I just have one question for you all." He looked down at the glowing 3D model of the city on the table and asked coldly, "Can they be revived?" Shizuya watched in silence as William raised his index finger, asserting, "That's impossible, but the darkness can do it." He activated a holographic display on his cuff and began to explain. "After analyzing a captured member of the darkness, we found it has two components. An analysis of the monster's structure appeared on the large screen which the female officer watched intently. First, there's the outer shell. It can't be destroyed by conventional attacks." The diagram shifted to show a blue energy circulatory system inside. "Even if we manage to crack it, that doesn't mean the darkness has been defeated, because its true body is the energy source beneath the shell. We'll call it—" He glanced at Shizuya with a smirk, using the term he had just coined, "the shinobi from now on." The simulation showed a monster regenerating a broken arm. The shinobi can absorb natural elements to repair damage to its outer shell. A core crystal glowed amidst the ruins, surrounded by the silhouettes of other monsters. "Therefore, even if we destroy the outer shell, as long as that core remains, the core will regenerate after a while." The female officer turned to look at them, her expression firm but somewhat impatient. "I've already reviewed the valuable research you've provided. As our objective today is to build a strategy to fight the darkness." Shizuya stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on the people in the room. Cutting through their thoughts, he said, "What he's trying to say is—" Shizuya stepped forward, his gaze resolute, and explained, "We can't classify the darkness the same way we classify humans, so we can't use the same strategies. Killing tactics won't be effective against them." The old sunglass-wearing commander clasped his hands and asked in a stern voice, "What do you mean? What do you—" "Even if we throw 1,000 soldiers at a single member of the darkness—" Suddenly, William cut the commander off. "They'll be devoured and we'll lose." He leaned forward. His sharp gaze was overpowering. "Our soldiers need to be faster. We'll be at a disadvantage if the battle drags on." William turned his back full of arrogance. Meanwhile, Shizuya was silently suspicious. His story is convincing, but there must be a reason he's pushing the military to attack Shizuya. Mulled it over. It's confirmed. The darkness will attack Kaizo exactly like they attacked Bloom Tower in the game. Images of the fantasy war and reality overlapped in his mind. The war in the game and the war in reality. He realized the crux of the issue. The biggest difference is that it's useless, no matter how many minions we kill. The condition for victory is to defeat the dungeon boss. The memory of the game's victory notification came back to him. The Sichuan Tofu team has defeated the boss Amber in record time. Shizuya stared at the glowing city map. If that's how it works here, then the darkness's next target will be— As his gaze grew intensely sharp and focused, piecing together the clues, William spread his arms wide and declared passionately, "In other words, the only thing we should do— the only thing we can do is destroy every single one of the darkness's respawn points and drive them from this planet?" The virtual pieces on the strategy table moved under William's control. A mysterious and calculating smirk appeared on his face. He pointed to a high-rise on the 3D map and said clearly, "Here." This startled Shizuya, who asked what the female officer beside them recognized the location. She spoke up. "That's the headquarters of the Red Sun Corporation." Shizuya's pupils contracted in shock upon hearing that name. Red Sun. He was aghast, comparing the image in his memory to reality. Is this a coincidence? The location of the Arizona agency in Bloom Tower is identical to the Red Sun headquarters. An image of the dark chained tower appeared in his mind. So the chairman of Red Sun is the boss of Bloom Tower. A giant 6-armed demon statue enveloped the tower in a thunderstorm. Realizing the danger, Shizuya yelled in a panic to the officers, "What are the defenses there? Have you observed any unusual activity from the darkness?" This made a soldier stammer, "Well—" Not waiting for an answer, Shizuya immediately turned to rush to the rescue, but instantly, wham! William lunged forward and grabbed him firmly by the shoulder, stopping him. He brought his face close to Shizuya's, his eyes threatening, and whispered through clenched teeth, "Could you please be quiet for 1 second?" William let go, picked up a metal cup from the table, and said loudly to distract the others, "I understand what you mean. We should take the initiative." The old commander took a sip of water. "In conclusion, the Joint Chiefs of Staff will give this matter serious consideration. Today's meeting is now concluded." As everyone filed out of the meeting room and the atmosphere grew quiet, Shizuya followed right behind William in the hallway. He angrily questioned him, "Why didn't you tell them?" He stared daggers at William's back and continued harshly, "Attacking might be a logical choice, but you didn't mention a single defensive strategy." William stopped. With a fleeting look of sadness and helplessness, he replied softly, "At first, I agreed with you." William stood by the window gazing outside as he thoughtfully explained, "But the connection between the game and the real world hasn't been officially recognized. Even if we brought it up in the meeting, they wouldn't understand." He turned back his face once again, showing a hint of arrogance and mystery. "Even 99% of the users who play this game don't understand how it works. We don't need to share everything." Shizuya stepped forward worriedly and pressed, "But if the army only builds up forces in Kaizo, so who will protect Red Sun if it gets attacked?" Just a meaningful smirk on William's face. He watched Shizuya in the reflection on the window pane and casually asked back, "Who said that's all we're going to do?" Down on the military airfield, the thwacking sound of helicopter blades cutting through the air echoed as a squadron landed. From within the cloud of dust, a suit of armor with the letter K emblazoned on it emerged. It gleamed on a metal shoulder pad. A group of heavily armed warriors was led by a large masked man, stepping out majestically. From above, William and Shizuya observed the entire squadron that had just appeared below. Shizuya squinted at the strangers and turned to ask, "Are they your subordinates?" William walked forward confidently and declared in a clear voice, "That's right. They are the members of Old Keeper I told you about." He turned back to look at Shizuya, his eyes sharp and calculating. "And they are my trump card to protect Rizun." William slapped Shizuya hard on the shoulder and scoffed, "Think this many people will be enough to protect it? Don't underestimate them." Shizuya exclaimed in astonishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. According to my research, they're as strong as you are. They also possess the power of Sino. Is that so? William closed his eyes and gave a slight smile, gesturing for Shizuya to follow. I'll introduce them. Come on. But to be honest, your power is better. It's much more interesting. Shizuya remained silent. His eyes still filled with doubt, but he followed him anyway. William led him down to the field, pointing towards the squadron. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Shizuya Kamahata. He's an old keeper just like you. Shizuya observed the giant man standing before him. He silently assessed their equipment. It was exactly like in the game. The formation of warriors with all sorts of weapons stood imposingly. He continued his observation. Hello, it seems the heroes from the game have all gathered together. William looked up at the giant and coldly ordered, Mission status report. The iron-masked captain adjusted his collar, as he reported objective achieved, but there was trouble along the way. William put both hands in his pockets and raised an eyebrow. Trouble? A red-haired guy standing nearby clicked his tongue and interjected with an annoyed look. It wasn't a big deal. The captain calmly continued his detailed report. Vice Captain Hosida let his guard down and was captured by the enemy prematurely. There were no casualties as the enemy's rank was low. Hearing his name mentioned, the red-haired man Hosida pointed a finger in the captain's face and yelled, Why are you complaining? The masked captain replied calmly, ignoring his comrade's anger. I am only reporting the facts. The decision is up to the boss. Suddenly, William shouted, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. Shut your mouth! He walked closer to the red-haired man, his eyes as cold as ice. You've worked hard. Go get some rest, all right. William brushed past him, letting out a heavy threat. You know there are plenty of people who could replace you. Right, Hosida? The red-haired man went pale with fear. William turned and walked away, ordering, Dismissed. We'll meet again in 1 hour, leaving Hosida to grit his teeth and mutter resentfully, Damn it! I'm watching you. The figure of the silver-haired masked captain, with a ship's helm emblem on it, faded into the distance. He let out a weary sigh. Ha! Being a captain is exhausting. William and Shizuya stopped facing a large, burly warrior. The iron-masked warrior silently stepped forward. Shizuya's sharp, cold eyes glanced at the giant, radiating a powerful aura behind him. Then he turned his head slightly to look at the huge greatsword on the man's back. Shizuya was pensive and said nothing. Suddenly, a voice called out from the front as he saw that familiar ship's helm. What are you doing here? Shizuya was a bit surprised, looking at the man standing in the middle of the military assembly ground. Huh, you're the one... The captain smiled warmly and took off his iron mask, asking cheerfully, What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Shizuya's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed happily, Magi! Magi burst into a hearty laugh, clapping his hands to greet his old acquaintance. Ha ha ha, long time no see, what brings you to a place like this? Shizuya chuckled and jerked a thumb behind him, replying, A lot has happened. I was brought here by that otaku of a boss. Hearing this, Magi asked in surprise, William's taken an interest in you? Shizuya forced a smile and muttered, You're not wrong, but something about it feels... off. He quickly changed the subject, looking at Magi inquisitively. But more importantly, Shizuya's gaze turned serious as he questioned him. Why are you involved with people like this? Looking down at the squadron below, Magi let out a soft sigh and gestured. It's a long story. Let's go somewhere else to talk. The two of them went to a sports bar, glittering with neon lights, where armed guards stood strictly at the door. They stepped into the bustling bar. They found a secluded corner, gave each other a high five, and sat down at a table. With a glass of beer in hand, Magi began his story. A darkness suddenly appeared, and I nearly died back in Kaizo. Luckily, William helped me become an Azurland player. Glancing over at the red-haired Hosida, who was sitting brazenly drinking in the distance, Shizuya commented frankly, But this doesn't seem like a very good life. Magi smiled bitterly and admitted, You're right. There are a lot of problems. He tilted his head back, took a big gulp of beer, and then set the glass down on the table, exclaiming with satisfaction, Ah, delicious! Magi continued to explain with a joking air, Old Keeper Hosida was supposed to be the captain, but he's too intimidating, so I had to make a huge sacrifice. I got noticed, so they pushed me into being the captain. Ha ha ha! Shizuya didn't play along with the joke. With a serious gaze, he asked bluntly, Have your superpowers awakened? Maiji's expression darkened. He placed a hand on his chest and explained, Not exactly. They implanted a piece of tech similar to the dark circuit into my body. His arm suddenly flashed with golden lightning as he continued, "But it has its limits. The amount of megapixels isn't as abundant as in the game, and the number of skills I can use is also restricted. I can't regenerate megapixels normally, so I have to go back to the Sim Corporation to do it. To recover energy." Maiji rested his arms on the table and asked, "Are you okay?" "So are you here because William called you?" Suddenly the red-haired guy Hosita shot to his feet. He sneered and strode forward. "Hey, Captain, this is a private bar. Isn't it messed up to bring an outsider in here?" He sized up Shizuya while Maiji quickly held up his hands to intervene. "Don't worry, the boss personally called him here." But Hosita only got more furious, yelling at the top of his lungs. "You're using the boss as a shield again. Should I just beat him to a pulp?" He growled, getting right in Shizuya's face, threatening, "Listen up. You're just some little punk and you're scheming to become the vice captain, huh?" Slam! Maiji slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet, glaring as he shouted, "Stop it! This was the boss's idea. Are you trying to defy him?" As the tension escalated, the slow clack of footsteps approached from the bar's entrance. William and a giant carrying a greatsword had just arrived. A scantily clad female warrior standing nearby spoke up. "Are Maiji and Hosita fighting again?" The woman pointed towards a corner of the room. "Over there." On this side, Hosita had lunged forward and grabbed Maiji by the collar, causing William to narrow his eyes from a distance to watch. Hosita threatened Maiji through gritted teeth. "You really are an idiot. You're just a support-type healer, and I'm a close-range damage dealer. You really want to fight me?" Without any hesitation, he violently threw Maiji over a table as Shizuya watched. Hosita roared maniacally, his hand erupting in a huge blazing flame. "I'll show you what divine power looks like." Shizuya clicked his tongue and immediately dashed over to catch the collapsing Maiji, thinking irritably to himself, "How the hell has this idiot managed to survive for so long?" Before the flame could descend, William took a step forward and shouted with authority, "Stop!" Hosita's flame froze right above Shizuya's head. William coldly strode forward and warned Hosita, "Do you realize where you are? If you use Xenon inside a military base, you'll be court-martialed." Hosita pointed at Shizuya, spitefully tattling to William. "Sir, this punk snuck into our bar and the captain is even defending him. Don't you think he could be a spy?" William placed a hand on Shizuya's shoulder and calmly replied, "Don't make me say it a second time. He's my friend." He shot a look at Hosita as sharp as a dagger. His voice dropped to a threatening low, "Don't ever let me hear you say that again." William ordered in a low growl, "Stand down." This made Hosita bow his head in fear and obey. "Yes, sir." He immediately turned to Shizuya with a fake friendly smile. "I apologize for that. I haven't trained them well enough. You're not hurt, are you?" Meiji walked over, scratching his head with a sheepish laugh. "I'm glad you showed up before Shizuya could throw a punch." Shizuya looked at Maiji, his expression still full of doubt and confusion. "Hey, Maiji, don't you think it's weird? I've never even met that guy before, so why is he being so openly hostile?" Maiji rested his chin on his hand, thinking it over slowly. He has no self-respect, but he's not about to give up his power. He probably thinks that if he loses his position as vice captain, he won't have a place in the squad anymore. He sighed and looked ahead with a determined expression. "The next mission is about to start. I can't let him drag us down any further." William walked over and clapped Maiji on the shoulder reassuringly. "Relax. He's still young. Being hot-headed isn't necessarily a bad thing. He just needs a little guidance. He's also a valuable ally. When the time comes, he'll pull through." Shizuya gave a small smile and nodded in reply. "Yeah, I get it." William put an arm around Shizuya's shoulders and pulled him forward. "All right, then. You should get yourself ready, too. To be honest, we need you for the next mission." Maiji cheerfully slung an arm around Shizuya from the other side. He said enthusiastically, "This is great. Having you here makes me feel much more at ease. I wouldn't be confident without your strength." Shizuya turned to Maiji and got straight to the point. "What's the next mission?" Maiji explained seriously. "We're going to be protecting some kind of executive. From Richsun. You know Richsun is facing the room tower, right?" He leaned in and whispered in Shizuya's ear. "This attack will suppress most of the shadows. But there's still a chance that elite monsters will ambush us, just like when we took down the Bloom Tower together back then." Maiji pointed towards the waiting vehicle. "And this time, the chief himself will also be going." In a different room, the old commander asked the female officer if preparations were ready. She replied decisively, "All members have assembled and are ready to depart at any time." The female officer continued her report. her expression filled with worry. And what about the Sim Corporation? It looks like William is up to something. By gathering all the Al-Kippers, the commander slammed his cup on the table with a cold snort. Sending the army to the front lines while they pull tricks behind our backs. Have the orders been dispatched? The female officer replied solemnly, Yes, Commander. The mission was briefed that we are only to use suppressive fire and not to launch a preemptive strike. You also instructed that they must closely monitor the Sim Corporation's movements. The commander turned his back, looked out the window, and ordered, Good. Tell them the operation will commence in 120 minutes. He thought to himself with determination, William Sim, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Elsewhere, William stood on the ledge of a tall building explaining the plan. This mission is outside of humanity's protected zones. Attacks from the shadows can occur at any moment. Therefore, to ensure our safety, we will not be moving on the surface. We will use the underground tunnels to approach Richson undetected. A voice called out from below. Boss, the subway is secured! William jumped down and signaled to the team. All right, everyone, let's move out, Hosida muttered with a sullen look upon seeing Shizuya. Damn it, why is that scumbag here too? The silver-haired captain wearing an iron mask calmly reminded him, The boss has his reasons. We just need to follow orders. The female warrior also chimed in to de-escalate. That guy seems close to the captain. For your own safety, it's best not to start trouble with him. If they refuse to heal us, we'll be screwed. So don't drag us into your mess. Hosida gritted his teeth, fuming to himself. If the boss didn't have his back, I'd have beaten him to a pulp by now. A man in a white lab coat approached William and asked in a low voice, Should I go teach him a lesson? In the hallway, William instructed his subordinate, Just let them do what they want. Right now, we have bigger things to worry about. The other man bowed and replied, Understood. At the same time, Meiji was adjusting the communication device on his wrist. Seeing his captain's pensive expression, Shizuya walked over and asked, Is something wrong? Meiji was startled and replied, No, it's nothing. Shizuya turned away. His gaze was thoughtful. Is it okay to mark the Al-Kipper like that man said earlier? So, am I really an outsider? Huh. The group entered the main lobby. William announced, We've arrived at the resin building. From here, we will fight the shadows. William stood before the formation and commanded loudly, Everyone prepare for battle. But this mission is not about defeating the enemy. Our objective is to locate the target. Meiji turned to assign roles. Kaki Sabata, can I trust you? And Sai is to cover our rear. Shizuya nodded, his eyes sharp, and replied succinctly, Got it. Meiji's body began to emit an aura of energy. He said confidently, Leave it to me. The large doors opened and a brilliant light shone on the team. They shouted in unison, Let's go, and stepped inside. Shizuya looked at the status screen displayed before him, silently assessing his own strength. On par with a level 40 player with no equipment, but the first few battles shouldn't be a problem. He glanced down at his carefully concealed right arm. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'd better keep quiet about Sai. Suddenly, shadow soldiers appeared up ahead. Clad in spiky armor, they stood blocking the path atop a pile of rubble. Moonlight glinted off their cold steel armor, their eyes glowing with a threatening blue light. Looking down from above, William's team encountered the enemy right at the escalator entrance. Meiji immediately raised his hand and shouted, Everyone halt defensive formation! Instantly, the team members dashed forward, leaving trails of blue light as they deployed into combat formation. Meiji commanded decisively, Nokia and Yuki hold back the shadows, Hosida and Raito provide cover for the rest. Break through their encirclement. The members responded in unison. Roger! Everyone's face hardened, ready to engage. Hosida shouldered his greatsword, smirking at the blue enemy before him. All right, then. He swung his sword down in a massive blow, shouting, Die! It created a brilliant golden flash. Clang. The sword clashed hard against the enemy, creating sparks and a violent shockwave. Hosida continued his frenzied attack. Take this! Meanwhile, Meiji thought to himself, He's a good person outside of battle, but once he draws his sword, he's like a completely different person. The giant Nokia rushed forward, grabbing an enemy tightly and shouting, Got him! Nice one, Nokia! Yuki, support us! Yuki dove down from above, dual swords in hand, ready to finish the enemy held by Nokia. Roger. After a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, Hosida stood proudly amidst dissipating digital fragments. The enemy was eliminated. Observing the battle, Shizuya turned to praise Meiji. I didn't expect your command skills to have improved so much since we last met. Meiji smiled humbly, leaning against a steering wheel behind him. What are you talking about? I learned it from spending too much time with you. But compared to you, I'm still just a rookie. Shizuya placed a hand on the steering wheel, looking his old friend straight in the eye. Have more confidence. This is a real battlefield. They follow you because they trust you, and your job is to be their captain. Hearing those words of encouragement, I have to live up to their expectations. Meiji's gaze grew firm. He whispered, Yeah, I know. As Meiji confidently stepped forward, Shizuya watched and signaled to the others, Just leave the regular shadows to him. Still, Shizuya was worried. His sharp gaze scanned the battlefield. If an elite shadow like a noble appears, half of us won't survive. Just then, a warning shout rang out. Yuki behind you! Crash! A massive golden energy beam shot down from above, creating a huge explosion that sent everything flying. From out of the smoke and dust, a giant knight in iron armor appeared, towering with a shield blazing with blue flames. Hoshida was sent flying by the incredible force. He roared at his teammates, Get back! The Shadow Knight swung its shield, ripping the ground apart and sending powerful shockwaves that shattered their formation. Seeing how dire the situation was, Meiji quickly gave the order, Everyone advance. As the team struggled to move under a hail of earth and stone, a brilliant red light suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Hoshida looked up in horror. What the hell is that? Meiji's face went pale. He yelled, Damn it! It's noble reinforcements! A red-robed mage floated down, descending with a fireball. Meiji instantly gave a command to the others. Fall back for now. Whoosh! The massive fireball slammed into the ground, creating a raging sea of flames right in front of them. Hoshida gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and ambition. Damn it! I'm not letting anyone steal my spotlight. I'll take it down myself. Ignoring the retreat order, he charged straight into the flames, spreading his arms wide in challenge. Come on, I'll kill you right here! The intense flames flared up, engulfing his body as Hoshida charged madly toward the enemy. Meiji and Shizuya watched in horror. Meiji yelled helplessly, That idiot, is he trying to get himself killed? From above, the enemy answered with an even bigger fireball that came hurtling down at Hoshida. A world-shaking explosion erupted and the ground trembled violently, swallowing Hoshida in an inferno. Hoshida collapsed to his knees, his face aghast at the overwhelming power before him. He stammered, It can't be. Just then, a figure blurred past at wind-tearing speed, leaving a blue streak in the air. Shizuya appeared in the nick of time, using his sword to block the fatal attack aimed at Hoshida. The impact created a massive shockwave. He swung his sword decisively, and a slash of blue energy parted the raging sea of fire. Meiji hurried over to catch Hoshida, asking with concern, Are you all right? But Hoshida stubbornly shoved him away. Shut up! Shizuya stood guard in front of them and yelled, We're pulling back. Meiji shouted back, You go first. Get back now. Shizuya glanced back with a confident smirk. A noble of this caliber, he's no problem. He raised his sword and activated a support skill. His entire body lit up with a blue aura. Brave flag. Then he shot up into the air and came down with a devastating attack. Lion Slash. The giant energy blade crashed down, sending 2 shadow assassins flying as their bodies dissolved into nothing. After taking care of the enemies, Shizuya looked up towards the windows of the shattered high-rise building nearby, where more dangers were still lurking. The battle was over. The group reassembled in a safe room. William asked, How's Hoshida? Meiji, while wrapping his arm, answered, It's just a minor sprain. He'll be fine. Crash! Suddenly, a giant spiked iron ball shattered the window and flew in. Startled Meiji yelled, We're under attack! He stared in terror as the mace swung towards them with crushing force. A giant monster outside was swinging the chain, directing the spiked ball's assault. Seeing his teammate in danger, Meiji shouted, Righto! And lunged forward. He threw out his arms, forming a blue energy shield to block the attack. Ugh! Meiji grunted in pain, taking the full force of the impact to protect Hoshida and Righto. He was thrown backwards away from the hole in the wall. A giant armored knight wielding a chainsaw stepped through, exuding a cold, killing intent. It was followed by another one carrying the spiked mace, its heavy steps making the floor tremble. The spiky mace scraped along the ground, creating a piercing metallic screech. Seeing the enemy, Yuki exclaimed with doubt, A sea golem! Shizuya observed, calmly analyzing. A guard-type sea golem wouldn't attack unprovoked, and that's a tool it's holding, not a weapon. Standing next to Meiji, his sharp gaze precisely analyzed the situation. Kogolems don't attack of their own free will. In the distance, he glanced at William. Even among nobles, that's a rare type. A disturber. It's a production class type. It has no offensive power itself, but it can freely control large golems. For game balance, large golems aren't supposed to be used for fighting. They're for transportation and construction. However, some players found that by using a Teos and the proper gear system, they could equip a large golem like a set of armor. By doing so, he concluded the enemy's method of operation. They can place a disturber's mind inside a large golem and modify it. Shizuya thought sweat beading on his brow as he stared into the enemy's eyes. But a Teos is a rare item. I never thought I'd see one in a place like this. As expected of an elite shadow. He deduced the gravity of the situation. There's an elite shadow squad somewhere near here, and not just a single unit. Suddenly, the giant mace was raised high, ready to come crashing down. Seeing the immediate danger, Meiji screamed a warning to his team. Get down! Crash. The mace slammed down. Meiji shielded Hosoda with his body as they took cover. Shizuya quickly ordered a retreat. This terrain is a disadvantage for us. We need to get out of here now. I'll buy you all some time. He set Hosoda down, turned, and activated a skill. Sharp blocks of ice shot up from the ground around them. Ice defensive formation. A powerful shockwave. Slammed into the blue ice barrier Shizuya had created. Seeing cracks form on the ice shield, Meiji yelled out in panic, "Your shield won't hold for long. Just get back now, understand?" But Shizuya grinned full of confidence and excitement. Now I can finally cut loose. He created a sheet of ice under his feet, gliding across the slippery floor like a professional skater. Meiji called out worriedly, "Shizuya, are you okay?" But Shizuya just replied firmly, "Get out of here before the elite Sandu arrive." An ear-splitting screech of a chainsaw tore through the air as a giant saw blade cut through the space. Looks like they won't let us go that easily. A giant golem emerged menacingly from the dust and smoke, its left arm fused with a whirring chainsaw blade. Shizuya skated on the ice, facing the massive charging enemy. "We'll have to take them down right here." He turned his head and shouted, "Maggie, I need your support!" Maggie immediately replied with determination, "Got it!" William also commanded the remaining members, "Hosoda, Lauren, you two give them a hand." They both replied in unison, "Roger!" Flames erupted from Hosoda's hand as he muttered reluctantly, "Me support that little brat fine." "Whatever. I'll show him plenty of support." He swung his arm, unleashing a powerful torrent of fire forward and yelling, "All of you just get the hell out of my sight." Seeing the intense flames erupt across the ground, Shizuya stopped abruptly. He looked back with a cold glare, his face covered in dirt and scratches. Mary grabbed Hosoda's shirt and furiously yelled, "Hosoda, what the hell do you think you're doing?" "I can't provide accurate cover fire because you're running wild," he growled, warning his stubborn teammate. "Right now, Shizuya is our only hope. This is my final warning. If you don't want to die, get rid of that petty grudge of yours." Meiji pointed towards the small figure standing before the giant monster. "He's risking his life to protect us." In front of them, the giant golem raised its steel foot, preparing to stomp down and crush everything, while the small Shizuya stood his ground fearlessly. Shizuya lunged forward. Dodging the ground-shaking attack, he was inwardly horrified. What terrifying, destructive power! From behind, Meiji shouted, "I'm supporting you, Shizuya. I'll cast haste on you." A light enveloped his shoes, increasing Shizuya's speed. He replied, "Thanks." With his newfound speed, Shizuya dashed straight towards the towering armored giant, blocking his path. Whoosh! He dodged a downward sword strike by a hair's breadth, leaving a long trail of fire in the air. Activating his observation skill, he noticed a strange object inside the enemy's arm, a fragment of a magic book. Not missing the opportunity, Shizuya shot a fireball straight into a gap in the armor. The monster flinched and froze as flames erupted from inside its body. Taking advantage of the opening, Shizuya slid past the giant blade as it struck the ground. He closed in on his target, activated rapid mana, and calculated the perfect distance. The only fragile part on the disturber's body. He aimed straight for the cross-shaped mark on its face, but the real weak point wasn't there. A loud explosion rang out as it took a hit and collapsed. The head armor shattered. The helmet couldn't withstand the shock and broke apart. From the crack, he saw what was inside, and beneath that was the disturber's true weak point. Shizuya poured all his strength into the finishing blow. Technical shot. an enormous blast of energy erupted, piercing and completely destroying the enemy. A blinding light engulfed Shizuya as he shielded his face from the force of the explosion. The dust and smoke cleared. Shizuya stood proudly, remarking with confidence, "This is easier than in the game." He looked at the collapsing giant corpse and wondered, or maybe I've gotten stronger than I was in the game. As the pilot inside fell out, Hoshida and Meiji witnessed the scene, unable to hide their shock. Did he defeat it all by himself? Shizuya stood on the machine's corpse. Meiji waved happily, shouting, "Great job, Shizuya!" He bent down to collect the loot, but the system notification golem skill unlocked left him disappointed. Time for the loot. Just a golem skill, that's it. Huh. Seeing his strange behavior, Hoshida asked William blankly, "What the hell is he doing?" Meiji shouted worriedly, "Shizuya, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Get back here." Shizuya answered calmly, "I'm just collecting the item drops from the disturber." Holding the item in his hand, he thought with regret, "So Meiji and the others can't use this, huh?" Just then, the team regrouped. Hoshida was supporting their injured female teammate. Everyone was stunned by the power he had just displayed. "What?" William ordered Meiji Saito go talk with Kakisubata. Meiji nodded. "Got it." In a hidden corner of the ruins, Shizuya asked Meiji, "Why are you sneaking around?" Meiji sighed and began to explain. "It's a long story. An art keeper's abilities don't awaken randomly." He sat down on a crate, recalling the past. It all began on the day of the Shadow Invasion. Meiji revealed a shocking secret. After the invasion, the Sim Corporation discovered a deep connection between the Shadows and Azrael. To study the Shadows in more detail, they launched Project Prometheus. In cooperation with the military, the Sim Corporation studied the surviving Shadows. By implanting shadow circuits, humans could gain shadow-like powers, but the plan didn't go smoothly. All of the transplant subjects died within 24 hours. After that, they improved the implantation method and succeeded in transplanting them into animals with high regenerative abilities like whales, armadillos, and turtles. Eventually, they succeeded with a Galapagos tortoise. They then implanted a stable circuit into a human. Humanity called this tortoise the priest. Meiji pointed to his own chest and explained, "But the circuits obtained this way are all defective, unlike the one you possess." Shizuya thought to himself grimly, "It's been 2 weeks since Azrael manifested, but even with another 2 weeks of overwriting. That's only a total of 1 month. Could the Sim Corporation really have achieved all this?" And in such a short amount of time, Meiji leaned against the wall with a wry smile. "I don't know either. Yes, in this world, even being used by the Sim Corporation is a blessing. I would have never discovered the truth otherwise." He asked curiously, "Shizuya, how far can you go with your circuit?" Shizuya lied. "All I can do is absorb dropped items." I can't tell Meiji about omniscience, he thought. Meiji nodded. "Is that so? You really are something special. Our equipment is modeled after the game made by the Sim Corporation, but we can't integrate it into our circuits. Like you can. It's more like an accessory for us." Shizuya looked at his mechanical arm. "That's true. The integration makes you stronger, but it comes at a price. Just like in the game, it can be tracked by its previous owner for 7 days. Meiji stroked his chin, thinking. "Headshot? Tracking? A grudge? That's probably one of the reasons you joined the Sim Corporation, right?" "Yeah, I help them with their missions, and in return they give me a peaceful life. A fair trade, wouldn't you say?" Meiji continued. "According to the Sim Corporation, the reason the Shadows can imitate game mechanics so well is definitely related to the illegal use of game data from the Recap Corporation. But with the internet down globally, William himself has to go to Recap to find the answers." Shizuya added, "Right, Recap, the ones who manage a massive amount of game data, must have leaked the data somehow. The Shadows' goal is, and to target Recap and bury the truth forever." Meiji turned and walked away. "Let's head back." Shizuya called out after him, "Meiji, just tell me one more thing." "What is it?" Shizuya stared at his captain's back. "Is the Sim Corporation worth entrusting my life to?" Meiji burst out laughing. "Ha ha, maybe this is just who I really am." He smiled gently, his hand on the helm on his back. "In the game, I became famous thanks to you all, but in real life, I'm just an office worker. Even so, the Sim Corporation is every working man's dream." Scene change. The group is gathered. Hoshida, sitting on the ground, grumbled, "So you're awake? You piece of trash. What the hell is..." Meiji yelled, cutting off the red-haired guy. "Shut your mouth! You already disgraced yourself during the mission, and now you want to disgrace yourself even more." William, who was on the phone, suddenly held up a hand for silence and spoke into the receiver. "Yes, thank you for waiting. Yes, this is William." He turned his back and walked away, continuing the call. "Yes, understood." A sinister look crossed William's face. "Please rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly. We will complete the offering before we reach the Elder." View of the towering Recap Corporation building through binoculars. Shizuya was observing through the binoculars when William, standing behind him, asked, "Kakitsubata, what's the situation?" Shizuya replied, "There's a shadow behind a window nearby." Shizuya lowered his binoculars, analyzing. "I've scanned the area, but I can't find any trace of them. Though people pass by occasionally, they've probably turned off the lights to make it look like no one's there." William confirmed, satisfied. "So you're saying there's no immediate danger?" The group stands before the entrance. William ordered, "All right, let's move into Recap, understood?" From inside the building, a hand rests on the glass window looking down at the group below. A mysterious woman with binoculars smirks. "Hey, looks like a rat has snuck in." Shot of the Recap building sign inside, appearing in the dim light standing in the pitch-black main lobby. William observed, the interior has been modified into 2 paths. View from above. William divided the team. "Saito, take Hoshida and Shimoda to the left. The rest of you are with me to the right. The Recap building has 40 floors. We'll report our status every 5 floors. We'll regroup on the top floor." "Clear." Meiji responded. "Clear." Meiji's group moves through a dark corridor. Meiji reported, "We've reached the 5th floor. Nothing unusual, continuing the search." The floor numbers flash by F10, F15, F20. Meiji spoke into his radio. "We've reached the 20th floor, still deserted, continuing to ascend." Hoshida, walking behind, put a hand on Meiji's helm, calling out in an annoyed tone, "Hey, Captain." He stretched wearily and complained, "We've been investigating for over an hour now. Do we really need to be this thorough? Why not just go straight to the top floor?" Meiji turned back, his face stern and irritated. "Fine. Then you can be the one to report to the boss that every single floor below the top is clear. I'm not going to lie about it." Suddenly, Hoshida's expression changed. He stammered in horror, looking forward. "What?" Hoshida's eyes became bloodshot with rage as he stared straight ahead. He snarled, pointing directly in Meiji's face. "Trying to use the boss to threaten me again, huh?" Suddenly, a machine right beside them erupted in a blinding flash of sparks. Startled, Meiji yelled, "Hoshida!" while the red-haired man turned in confusion. "What's that sound? Electricity?" Meiji's face paled, sweat pouring down as he realized the imminent danger. A jamming device. Why now of all times? Damn it, it's a trap. At that same moment, at the sign for floor 26 F26 in another section of the building, Shizuya gently touched his earpiece, which had lost its signal. In a low, serious voice, he whispered a signal to the group. "Hold on." The team immediately halted in the dark hallway. William frowned, turning back to ask, "What's wrong?" Shizuya answered cautiously, "I hear a noise in the room next to us." The 2 soldiers with them looked at each other confused. One of them said, "You hear something? I don't hear anything." The other one shrugged in agreement. "Me neither." Ignoring their skepticism, Shizuya walked decisively toward the wall. "I'm sure of it. It was Maggie's voice." He brought a hand to his chin, thoughtfully piecing things together. "It's not that far. It makes sense that we could hear him from here." Tapping lightly on the wall's surface, Shizuya turned back to William and reported, "This wall is quite thin. It looks like a mistake in the construction." Shizuya's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he continued his analysis. "Is that really all there is to it? It should have been built more sturdily than this." He glanced up at the ceiling. He exposed the anomaly. In a normal office building, the ceiling is usually 3 meters high, but here it's only about 2.5 meters in total. He recalled walking up the stairwell. He added with certainty, "But in the emergency stairwell, each floor should be a full 3 meters to the ceiling." William smiled, spreading his hands, completely understanding Shizuya's point. "So you're saying there's a hidden space here?" Shizuya nodded. "Exactly." Realizing the dire situation, William's face grew tense. He urged his assistant beside him, "Contact Saito now." The assistant was sweating bullets. He looked helplessly at the radio, which was emitting a piercing static hiss. "There's no signal!" His intuition screamed that something was wrong. William frantically waved his arm and shouted the order, "Damn it! Everyone fall back!" But it was too late. The floor beneath their feet suddenly cracked open and collapsed completely. As William fell through the air, flailing, he thought, "Son of a bitch," so it really was a trap. From the ceiling above, a strange device was lowered amidst the thick dust and smoke from the collapse. White gas spewed violently from the device. Shizuya quickly covered his mouth, choking and coughing. "Anesthetic gas! Cough! Cough!" The gas quickly took effect. His vision blurred and Shizuya's eyes grew heavy before he passed out. "Damn it!" The entire team collapsed in a heap on the floor. From within the smoke, a woman in high heels stepped forward coldly, ordering, "Capture all of them." When he came to a blinding surgical light was shining directly in his face. Shizuya heard a feminine voice ask, "You're awake." Shizuya found himself tied tightly to a chair. The female vice president, Ayakawa, leaned on the table with the lamp, interrogating him harshly. "Whose pawn are you? Why did you come here?" Despite being a prisoner, Shizuya maintained a terrifyingly calm expression, retorting with cold sarcasm. "Is this how you people show your hospitality?" Ayakawa smirked, leaning forward over the table challengingly. "Ha!" She slowly circled behind Shizuya, continuing to press him. "Still not good enough for you? Then how do you explain your right arm?" Her face twisted into a snarl as she roared threateningly, "Don't you underestimate us. We have our own connections to the darkness." Suddenly the doorknob clicked and a stern command from a man outside cut through the air. "Stand down, Vice President Ayakawa. She's captured William, the heir of the Sim Corporation, our former sponsor. The others are his subordinates." Ayakawa turned back, stunned, unable to believe her own ears. "Sir, are you kidding me?" The red-haired woman in the purple suit smirked contemptuously at the bound Shizuya. "You people can't even protect your own company, yet you think you have time to worry about a tiny little company like ours. Or perhaps the young master came here for some other reason, one that can't be spoken of." An older man in a suit furiously pointed a finger in her face. "That's enough. Whatever the Sim Corporation is up to, it's no excuse for you to behave this way." She glared back at him. "What did you say?" Fuming. She spun on her heel and stormed towards the guarded door, leaving a threat behind. "You will regret this." The man watched her go, letting out a heavy sigh. As the guards approached to untie him, Shizuya thought to himself, "This man is Ginza, the chairman of Ritsune. Since he's on our side, this ambush must have been Aikawa's decision alone." Ginza asked in a low voice, "Was there anything suspicious about the plan?" "That we discussed." Then he turned to the guards and ordered, "All of you get out of here. I need to speak with William alone." The guards replied in unison, "Sir," and stepped out into the hallway. Shizuya glanced around. Is the inside of Ritsune really this badly damaged? It seems that ever since the darkness appeared, people with ill intentions have started to run rampant. Seeing the guard from before, Shizuya tapped his shoulder and said, "Thanks for untying me earlier." The guard waved his hand. "It was nothing." Shizuya immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "By the way, I'm looking for a friend from the game. Could you check their player data?" "For me," the guard nodded. "Of course. I just need a name and I can find them." Shizuya said immediately, "Hitokan Hitomi, and also—" But before he could finish, the guard's face twisted in terror. He spun around and fled for his life. He screamed in panic as he tore down the hall. "No! No! No way! I can't search for them." Shizuya stood there bewildered. Huh. Seeing this, he quickly reached out to go after him. "Hey, wait a minute." But from a doorway, Vice Chairwoman Aikawa stepped out smirking. "Is the name Hitokan Hitomi some kind of forbidden word? What are you planning to do searching for information on Hitomi?" Shizuya, his expression calm and cold, replied, "I just want to check on the safety of a friend from the game. That's why I went through all the trouble of coming to Umishiro." Aikawa looked slightly surprised, then a mocking smile spread across her face. "Wait a minute. You're Shizuya Kakisubata, aren't you? I can't believe you'd come all the way to Umishiro risking your life just for her." She handed him a key card. "Use the internal elevator and go up to the 3rd floor. She's there." Shizuya took the card doubtfully. "In Ritsun, she's really here." She waved a hand dismissively. "If you're so curious, go ask her yourself." With a ding, the elevator began its descent from the 37th floor. Standing alone inside, Shizuya stared down at the floor, his mind filled with caution. What are the chances of this? No way. Are they plotting something again? Still better to be cautious. Recalling images of the girl, he murmured, "Come to think of it, in the guild, the person whose real-life appearance was most different from their in-game one was Hitomi." Arriving at the room, Shizuya raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock. He prayed silently. "Are you in there? Please be in there." The door opened. A woman in a wheelchair turned, her expression surprised. "Shizuya?" Seeing her, Shizuya was stunned into silence. "Ah." Hitomi gently tucked a strand of hair back, smiling warmly to welcome him. "It's been a while since the last offline meeting, hasn't it? How have you been?" She wheeled her chair back, inviting him into the spacious, luxurious room. "Come in. Would you like something to drink? The usual?" Shizuya stepped inside and replied softly, "Yeah, tea for me." As Hitomi poured hot tea from a porcelain pot, she asked, "Did my father bring you here?" "You?" Taking a sip of the hot tea, Shizuya answered thoughtfully, "It was Aikawa. Your father is—" Hitomi lowered her eyes slightly. "Mr. Ginza." Noticing her hesitation, Shizuya said, "It seems like this is a topic you'd rather not discuss." Hitomi held the teacup in her hands. Her voice was tinged with sadness. "It's all right. It all happened a long time ago. I've started to learn how to accept it." She began to reminisce about the past. "Back then, I wasn't feminine at all. I was more like a wild tomboy who was obsessed with boxing. My mother didn't like that side of me. She was always buying me cute stuffed animals to try and make me more girly. My dad, on the other hand, supported my hobby, but because of that, my parents fought constantly." The memory shifted to an image of her in a hospital bed. "My dad secretly enrolled me in boxing classes, but that's what led to my paralysis. I can never walk again." The image of her parents arguing flashed in her mind. That's when the harsh argument started right outside the hospital room door. "I don't even know why I'm still alive. My parents had a terrible fight over it, and they never made up again." Hitomi's eyes grew dark as she continued her tragic story. "And after that, my mother couldn't take the pressure anymore. She chose to end her own life. I changed my last name out of guilt, but Dad didn't say a thing. In reality, there was no one to blame, and yet everything still ended so tragically." She remembered when she first started playing the game. "I chose the butler class in Ozerland and slowly became immersed in how real it felt, as if I were actually living in that game. But when my father found out, he didn't hesitate to buy out Chris' son to gain control of the game at the time. This news sent shockwaves everywhere." Hitomi looked up, her expression full of restraint. "That was a year ago when my father brought me here. He said my legs could be healed. Since then, I've been practically held prisoner here. I haven't taken a single step outside." Pushing her sadness aside, she gave Shizuya a bright smile. "You're the first person who's ever come to visit me." Listening to her story, Shizuya felt a pang of sympathy. So that was the past Hitomi had been carrying. On top of that, there was the incident at Bloom Tower. The image of William's group kicking down the door and defeating the guards flashed through his mind. Shizuya deduced, so the strict security system here, it's all to protect Hitomi. He took a sip of tea, piecing everything together. "So Januza is the boss of Bloom Tower and the Thunder God Jazine, but how the hell could a billionaire CEO pull off something so insane? Wait a minute. A year ago?" Shizuya slammed his teacup down as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The image of the giant Thunder God statue appeared behind him. "Don't tell me Januza has been preparing for the invasion of the darkness for an entire year." Meanwhile, memories of the Bloom Tower storyline in Ozerland suddenly flooded back. A dungeon that exists in Ozerland. The epic-level battleground Bloom Tower. A narrator's voice rang out, introducing this place's final boss, the Thunder Demon King Hampa. He was originally a merchant in the Naros Kingdom, with the ambition to earn greater wealth to win the favor of the nobility. He used his own body. From them, he obtained not only information about trade routes, but also connections and resources. Just like that, Hampa's business grew stronger and stronger. But on the other hand, he neglected his family. He only realized this when his daughter was diagnosed with cancer because he had failed to notice the small changes in her. Things had already become irreversible. As if to atone, he learned magic to please his daughter and hired a sorcerer to be his master. However, that sorcerer was a demon from a demon gate that the little girl had opened. Under the sorcerer's guidance, a massive number of demons appeared. After destroying the Naros Kingdom, they occupied the entire continent. Back in reality, Shizuya told Hitomi his theory. "In my opinion, the final boss of the darkness isn't necessarily a member of humanity's upper class. Considering the psychological impact on Kaizo Januza, the agent for Ozerland is the next target." He looked straight into Hitomi's eyes. His voice was grave. "Hitomi, your father is in danger." At that very moment, a piercing alarm blared throughout the building. Hoo, hoo, hoo! Outside, a chaotic battle erupted as the forces of darkness launched a fierce attack. A robot threw a thunderous punch, knocking back the horde of monsters. Shizuya immediately sprang into action, grabbing the handles of Hitomi's wheelchair. The darkness. We need to escape now. At the same time, into the president's office, a half-smoked cigarette was burning. Januza was sitting across from William, a blond man in a white suit. William spoke first. Mr. Januza, I've brought the circuit. You need to keep your promise. Januza replied indifferently, and you think you can get all the data for Azurland and Rizun? With just a single circuit, William pressed, the circuit transplant and the bodily function restoration it provides is the only way to heal your daughter's legs. Isn't that worth it? Januza took a drag from his cigarette, his voice low. William, you should know that Rizun is everything I've built over the past 25 years. He pointed out the window. Where the attack is happening, and my employees whom I cherish like jewels are being attacked by the darkness. William quickly denied it. What do you mean I just came here to make a deal? I have nothing to do with any attack. Januza stood up, leaning on the table. What value would Rizun have without its employees? William stood up, briefcase in hand, and delivered an ultimatum. This is your last chance to sell Rizun. This is a warning. Januza stared intently at William, his question sharp. Why are you trying to buy a dying company like Rizun, knowing that it will soon lose all its value? William turned and walked toward the door, tossing out an arrogant remark. If you don't want to cooperate, you can disappear along with your company. Struggle all you want. But just as William's hand touched the doorknob, he suddenly froze in terror. A giant mechanical arm appeared from nowhere, snatching him and hoisting him into the air. Januza, what do you think you're doing? William screamed in a panic. Januza knelt beside the briefcase and said coldly, You still don't understand me at all. I never make unprofitable deals. He stood up, picking up the briefcase, now standing on a glowing blue energy circle beneath his feet. He looked down at the captured William, his voice filled with authority. Struggle all you want, William. A dry click echoed as the blue energy circle locked and the mechanical arm tightened its grip. William ground his teeth and roared, Damn it, we're trapped! He shouted to his men, Saito Roland! Hearing the call, two men in suits, William's subordinates, immediately broke down the door and rushed in. The three of them coordinated their attack, quickly shattering the mechanical arm that was holding William. The arm broke into pieces on the floor. Saito, the older man, looked around and asked, Where's Januza? William clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hatred. Go find him, but I will hunt him down. As they rushed to leave, Roland asked, Are we saving the Richson employees? William answered coldly, Forget them. It was Januza who abandoned his own staff first. Meanwhile, in another corridor, a group of panicking soldiers were pushing and shoving in front of an elevator. One of them shouted, Hey, don't push! Another cheered, The elevator's here! The elevator doors slowly opened, but inside wasn't an escape, but a shadowy robotic monster. It swung its arm, attacking the terrified soldiers. The monster fired an incredibly powerful blast of magic and instant mana cannon that swept across the hallway amidst the chaos. Shizuya appeared with Hitomi, his hand enveloped in green energy. He reassured everyone, It's okay. Follow me. We'll get you all out of here. The security staff looked at him, panicked and desperate. How are we supposed to deal with this many people? Where is Mr. Januza? Don't tell me he escaped all by himself. Shizuya immediately pulled out his radio to contact the only person who could help now. William, where are you? I need backup to evacuate the staff. Elsewhere. William was running. He replied into his radio, Januza abandoned his own employees. We have no obligation to save them. William commanded decisively into the radio, Just keep yourselves safe. See you at the parking garage later. Hearing the order to abandon them, an angry soldier roared, Januza, you bastard, you'd abandon your own daughter too. Having lost all reason, the soldier charged towards the terrified Hitomi, screaming, If I can't escape! And I'm taking your daughter down with me. Hitomi quickly pledged, Wait, I'll get everyone out safely. Shizuya made one last offer over the radio. William, help me out. We can negotiate the terms. William smirked smugly. I never thought I'd see the day you had to come to me for help. The scene shifts to Aikawa's office. Januza walked in saying, Aikawa, I've got the circuit. Right, and what about you? Aikawa, sitting calmly in front of a computer screen, replied, Your assessment was correct. When I hacked into the Sim Corporation's data, I discovered their acquisition of Richson. It was just a ruse. All they wanted was the data. Januza asked, Just as I expected. What do you intend to do with that data? Aikawa explained the enemy's plot. To enhance the circuit. The Shadow Circuit is very similar to the character combat system in Azurland. The Sim Corporation plans to install game account data into the circuits to transfer the character's powers. Januza was stunned. By implanting the game data carrying the power of top-tier accounts into the real world, for real. Aikawa stood up, crossing her arms and confirming, looking at their test data, they seem to have been failing repeatedly due to a lack of data. That's why they targeted us. Januza gritted his teeth as he realized the whole truth. So this was William's real objective. If they get their hands on the power of the top-tier accounts in this situation, the Sim Corporation will control the entire world. But then a faint smile of relief appeared on his face. Good. Now Hitomi and everyone at Richsun can be saved. Aikawa glanced at Januza, asking probingly, You've acquired both the circuit and the data at once, but what's your next move? Januza declared his plan firmly. Of course. First, I'll attach the circuit to Hitomi and install the data. Then I'll let Hitomi lead us out. Then no one will ever be able to lay a hand on Hitomi again. Januza handed the briefcase to Aikawa, urging, Now let's go. But she stopped. Hold on, I'm going to check the circuit. Seeing her hesitation, he frowned suspiciously. Are you suggesting William brought a fake? In response to his question, a wicked and mysterious smirk spread across her face. A click echoed as she locked the door. Stunned, Januza turned to watch her back his guard up. He roared in anger as he realized something was wrong. Aikawa, what are you plotting? She turned her face a mask of greed and envy. After all the trouble I've been through, why should your worthless daughter be the one to benefit from it? Meanwhile, out in the corridor, blue robot soldiers were being shot down by blue energy beams. A silver-bearded man holding a gun commanded the other soldiers, The elevator's too dangerous. Everyone take the stairs. We're getting out through the parking garage. The panicked security guards nodded in obedience. Yes, sir. From an observation room. William stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching the chaotic scene unfold on the monitors. He turned to Shizuya's group. I've kept my end of the bargain. Now it's your turn. Hitomi wheeled herself forward, taking the lead. I will take you to the secret room. William walked behind her, asking curiously, Aren't you curious why I want to go to the secret room? It concerns your father, you know. The back of the small girl in the wheelchair radiated a ruthless coldness. Whatever my father does has nothing to do with me. Back in the president's office, Januza roared, Aikawa, give me back that device. That's an order. She held up the device, a necklace, and replied mockingly, In this situation, you still think I'm your subordinate? She frantically activated the device on herself, screaming, Install with this power? I can become a keeper. But the system screen immediately flashed red with an error. Installation failed. Database not found. Aikawa's eyes widened in disbelief as she shrieked in desperate rage, Why? Ginza held up a small USB and calmly explained, There's nothing on it anymore. I already extracted all the data. She realized the truth, horrified. You've been wary of me all these years, haven't you? She screamed. Ginza looked at her with contempt. You betrayed me too. I guess that makes us even right. With that, he quickly drew a pistol hidden at his side, but Aikawa was faster. She fired back, yelling, You coward! Forcing Ginza to duck behind a shattered pane of glass. Two giant dark knights suddenly appeared, looming behind her. Ginza pointed his gun forward and shouted, Aikawa, are you out of your mind? Ignoring the warning, she fell back onto the floor of broken glass, aiming her gun up defiantly. You still think you can survive this? A loud, booming explosion erupted, filling the air with dust and smoke. Ayakawa's eyes burned with killing intent as she waited for her backup. Suddenly, a knight swung its energy sword, bringing it down in a fatal slash right where they were standing. The green energy beam tore through the air and struck Ayakawa, stunning her with horror. Her body collapsed as Ginza leaped back to dodge the flying shrapnel. He desperately raised his gun and fired repeatedly at the charging monster. Bang, bang! But the bullets just bounced uselessly off its thick armor as the knight smashed through the glass window and charged right in. Ginza fell to the floor, his face pale as a ghost, stammering, Stay away! Suddenly, one of the giant knights stopped, freezing in place right in front of him. Another knight standing nearby also went still, surrounding him. They formed a strange protective circle. Ginza looked up at them, completely bewildered. What are you doing? The two knights suddenly nodded at each other as if they had just received a new command. Suddenly, an archer drew his bow. A brilliant arrow of light gathered, aimed straight for the ceiling, and shot upwards. A blinding explosion rained down from above. Shizuya rushed to find shelter with everyone else while Hitomi gasped in shock. A light arrow! Looking up through the giant hole that had just been blown in the ceiling, Shizuya spotted his target and yelled, "Over here!" Immediately, a giant blue-armored knight swung its sharp shield, slashing down violently at Ginza's position, causing him to slip in terror and fall backward. Panicking Ginza raised his pistol and fired wildly into the air to defend himself, but the small bullets just ricocheted harmlessly off the solid armor. The monster coldly raised its energy weapon. It prepared to deliver the final blow. In that moment, facing death, a tear of regret streamed down Ginza's cheek as he thought of his daughter, Hitomi. "I'm sorry, Dad has to go first." Just then, a brilliant flash of Rapid's mana energy shot down, deflecting the giant's sword to the side. Ginza covered his head in despair, waiting for death to strike. The scanning system suddenly displayed enemy information: Elite Shadow Soldier level 28 and Elite Shadow Archer level 30. Without a moment's hesitation, Shizuya and Old Man Meiji channeled their green energy. They charged straight into the battle to rescue him. Rushing forward with lightning crackling in his hand, Shizuya yelled out the plan. "Mr. Meiji, I'll draw the tank's attention. You handle the archer." He immediately replied, "Got it." Old Man Meiji roared, channeling magic with both hands to summon brilliant chains of light. Seizing the opportunity while the giant knight was bound by the magic chains, Shizuya zipped past the archer with incredible speed. He leaped into the air, his sharp extended green energy sword slicing through one of them mid-air. A voice called out, "Shizuya!" but his eyes remained sharp and intensely focused on his attack. At the same time, Meiji was struggling to block the monster's countless blows with his shield. Seeing the critical situation, he immediately launched himself forward with the skill Leon Slash. He swung his sword in a fatal strike, piercing through the giant knight's chest plate. The enemy collapsed to the floor motionless. Meiji stood safely within a magical protective circle and turned to ask, "Is everyone okay?" Retracting the protective circle, the old man stroked his chin and smiled confidently. "This is nothing compared to being in the game." The dust settled, revealing Ginza sitting dazedly on the ground. A cold voice rang out, "So you were here after all?" William and Hitomi's group slowly walked into the ruined room. Ginza looked up in astonishment and cried out, "William, why are you here?" Suddenly, noticing his daughter Ginza's tired face, immediately relaxed into an expression of pure joy. Ignoring his injuries, he hurriedly crawled over to Hitomi's wheelchair. He held out the device hopefully. "Look, Dad got the data. You'll be able to stand again." Seeing this, Shizuya frowned and asked quietly, "Should we take it back?" But Meiji gently shook his head. "No, just let him lower his guard for now. We'll have plenty of chances later." Contrary to her father's expectations, Hitomi's face was cold and expressionless. She said heartlessly, "You can use it yourself." The words stabbed into Ginza's heart like a knife as he clutched the floor. His eyes pleaded with desperation. "Hitomi, please just give Dad a chance." But the girl snapped, tears of choked rage streaming down her face. "You think doing this will make me forgive you? Mom is never coming back." Shizuya's gaze softened with pity as he asked, "You still haven't escaped that curse?" As Hitomi turned her face away, she managed to reply, "It's fine. It happened a long time ago, and I've accepted it." The heavy silence was suddenly broken by a clap of thunder and a panicked voice. A voice crackled from the radio. "Boss, a large number of shadow monsters are attacking the parking garage. We need reinforcements. The situation is critical." William frowned, tense. He immediately grabbed the radio and ordered loudly, "Hold the line, I'm on my way." William coldly turned his back and walked away with his team, leaving Ginza kneeling on the ground. He left him with only a single firm statement, "We'll talk about this later." But Ginza hurriedly reached out, pleading, "Wait!" A desperate look on his face, he tried to grasp at the last shred of hope. "I know a shortcut to the parking garage." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed, sending dirt and debris flying and crushing the front of a car in the underground garage amidst the thick smoke and dust. The security guards ran for their lives in a panic. One of them looked back and let out a blood-curdling scream as he saw death closing in. Seeing this, a warrior swung his sword and yelled, "Everyone calm down! Don't run around blindly!" Instantly, a powerful blaze erupted as someone cast a spell. A fireball flew straight towards the enemy. Shizuya looked up and smiled confidently. "Sorry to have kept you all waiting." Meanwhile, in a safe location, a hand held a tablet displaying a map with Path A crossed out in red. Analysis exit A is no longer usable. William took the tablet, his expression calm as he gave his orders. "Kakisubata and Saito take a few people and stay behind to hold back the shadow creatures. Roland and I will take the..." Rest and retreat through exit B. Receiving the order, the old man Meiji immediately spread his arms wide, unleashing a defensive skill that glowed with a brilliant golden light. Holy Body Shield, Sanchiori Shield to block the attack. He replied, understood. At the same time, a soldier rushed over from the front, reporting with a look of utter despair. Exit B has also been completely blocked by the shadow creatures. The report had barely finished when a sharp green energy beam tore through the air, piercing the soldier's chest. He coughed up blood and let out a terrible cry, watching the body collapse and the looming figures of the monsters. Advancing from this main entrance, William frowned and muttered, "Why are the shadow creatures coming this way?" The radar screen flickered, showing black dots surrounding a bright red target in the center. He speculated tensely, "Could it be they've detected the stolen data?" Not waiting for the enemy to get close, Shizuya roared and unleashed his full power, blasting a massive pillar of fire that incinerated the monsters, blocking his path as he narrowed his sharp, cold eyes. He instantly recognized the problem and turned his head to warn them. The shadows were drawn here by the arrow of light. Hearing that, William smirked, a cunning, calculating glint flashing in his eyes. "Just as I thought. Their target is Ginza." But then his expression hardened, veins bulging in anger as he roared, "What the hell is our defensive line doing? Why did you let the shadow creatures break through so easily?" At that moment, a tense meeting appeared where William was questioning some big shots on a large screen. "We already divided the tasks clearly, didn't we? The Rich Sun building is your responsibility, correct?" Sipping from a steaming cup of coffee, a man with a silver beard and sunglasses answered the accusation indifferently. "And if you insist on acting so sneakily, there's nothing we can do to help." He planted his hands on the table, his voice low and authoritative in a powerful warning. "Stop using the army as your personal mercenary squad." Back in the present under the garage, William gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the railing in frustration, while his subordinate called out, "Sir!" He cursed under his breath. "Those damn weasels. They definitely planned this." The cold voice of the silver-bearded man from the previous call echoed in his ear. "I have some bad news. A large number of shadows are converging on the Red Sun building to protect Kaizo. We will commence a carpet bombing of the area in 120 minutes. Please evacuate." Backed into a corner with no safe way out. His assistant, Roland, clenched his fists and yelled angrily at the man on the screen, "Are you planning to just abandon everyone here?" The hidden negotiator just gave a faint smirk, making a cunning offer. "Well then, what if I provide you with a little extra intelligence?" He stood up arrogantly, straightening his coat, and sealed the deal. "You're a smart one. Naturally, the living are always more useful than the dead." Standing on the railing, looking down at the soldiers assembling for orders, William relayed the ultimatum. "You have 15 minutes. Get out through exit B. We will clear the way." With eyes burning with killing intent, he roared out the battle commands. "Saito, switch to defense Hoshida. Protect me. The rest of you escort Kikisubata into battle and charge straight for exit B." Receiving the supreme command, Shizuya and all the elite members, with fiery eyes, answered in determined unison, "Understood." Instantly, a warrior with glowing eyes rushed forward, swinging both arms to unleash a giant fire tornado. It swept away everything to clear a path. The magic flames raged fiercely, incinerating every obstacle in their way. Standing in the sea of fire, the red-brown-haired warrior declared confidently, "Leave this place to me, go, Captain." Immediately, 2 Shadow Knights lunged at him like lightning, swinging their swords from both sides. But another unexpected development made him gasp in surprise. A glowing golden holy body shield Sanchi-Ori seal appeared just in time to block the monster's attack. A one-eyed man grabbed him by the collar. He yelled furiously, "Are you insane?" The red-brown-haired guy, both flustered and strained, retorted, "This is the first time I've ever tried to protect someone, and it's making me really emotional." Meiji gritted his teeth as he lectured him. "If you want to become the strongest covenant keeper, then start by surviving." Meanwhile, Shizuya had raised his hand to the sky, summoning a giant bolt of blue lightning from above. He roared the skill's name, unleashing the powerful energy, Banner of Courage. An information panel appeared explaining the skill. An enhancement for allies within an 800-meter range, increasing speed by 20%, defense by 5%, and max MP by 5%. Stacks up to 3 times. Shizuya ordered, "Let's end this quickly. Time is limited." Empowered, the entire team shot forward at an incredible speed. A masked warrior replied firmly, "Understood." The hot-blooded red-haired warrior roared with fighting spirit. Then let's go all out. The masked warrior was just as fierce, swinging his sword and charging the enemy. Let's go. Shizuya leaped into the air and unleashed a barrage of slashes, the lion slash wiping out the monsters below. From behind, a stunned Ginza exclaimed, "That kid!" Hitomi, equally astonished, added, "He's so strong." Ginza turned to his daughter with a gentle gaze and a soft smile. "He's your friend from the game, isn't he?" "He seems like a good kid. I'll be rooting for him." Looking toward Shizuya, he made a resolution. "Hitomi, if we get out of this alive, no matter what you decide to do in the future, I'll support you." Hitomi just lowered her head coldly, replying to her father's promise, "Is that so?" from a high floor above, watching the battle. William's assistant remarked in awe, "He only just became a Covenant keeper, yet he's already coordinating with them so perfectly. A true genius indeed." William smirked, his voice brimming with confidence. "Are you implying I can't control him?" The assistant warned anxiously, "We still don't fully understand his system. You should be careful." But William just brushed it off. "Relax. I know what I'm doing." Meanwhile, outside the building, military helicopters had arrived, the sound of their rotors thundering across the sky. A soldier in one of the choppers yelled into his radio, "Eliminate all hostiles! Maximum firepower. Armored units focus only on creating an escape route. Don't get bogged down in a prolonged fight." Rounds from heavy machine guns rained down, creating countless explosions on the ground where the monsters were gathered. Suddenly, a deadly green light gathered from below, aimed straight for the sky. The energy beam shot directly at the helicopter. It caused a massive explosion. The pilot only had time for a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" The flaming wreckage of the helicopter plummeted to the ground as an announcement blared over the radio. "Armored units will arrive in 5 minutes. The voice of the mysterious man crackled through the comms screen. "You have 5 minutes. It's all up to you." William yelled into his radio, his face taut with tension as he relayed the order to the entire team. 5 more minutes. Hold the line, everyone." Down on the ground, a soldier was struggling to fend off an attack. Against the sword of a dark knight. Suddenly, a massive mana sweep rushed in, blasting the dark knight away. In the chaos, the team saw the escape door right in front of them. The group rushed forward, but they noticed something odd. "That's strange. There isn't a single monster at the exit. Did the army already clear them out?" But a single large dark figure stood imposingly in the middle of the passage, blocking all escape. A dark mage with silver armor, a blue cloak, and a powerful staff stood waiting. Shizuya narrowed his eyes warily, muttering, "A dark mage. Why is there only one of them?" The mage raised its staff, and a giant fireball of destructive power began to form. It aimed directly at Shizuya's group. The magical flames erupted violently. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the area, blasting away everything in its path. Instantly recognizing the danger, Shizuya roared, "The fireball! He's trying to burn us alive! I'll handle him! Everyone else get out of here now!" With that, he immediately charged right through the fireballs. Leaving streaks of green light in his wake, he fired a stream of blue mana at the enemy. But the mage simply stood there unfazed. Its body began to fade. Shizuya pulled up short as the enemy vanished right before his eyes. "He's gone!" All of a sudden, a car was thrown down from the ceiling, aimed right at him. Quick as a flash, he dove out of the way. The car exploded on impact, creating a sea of flames. As he landed safely, he immediately noticed pools of liquid spreading across the floor. Gas. Just as he feared, another mage appeared. It waved its hand, creating another fireball, and hurled it at the gasoline to ignite it. Shizuya realized the deadly trap, his face tensing. "This is bad instantly!" The entire area erupted in a horrific explosion, engulfing everything in a sea of flames. He launched himself into the air, aiming right for the mage. Shizuya burst out from within the fire, his energy sword blazing. He roared, "Don't even think about it," and unleashed his lion slash. The devastating impact created a massive shockwave, causing the entire ceiling to collapse. Countless chunks of concrete and steel rained down. Amid the chaos, everyone fled in a panic. Ginza struggled to push Hitomi's wheelchair as people screamed, "It's collapsing, run!" A final massive explosion engulfed the exit, obscuring everything in thick smoke and dust. A dense cloud covered the entire area, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Fortunately, when the dust settled, they found themselves outside, greeted by a team of armed soldiers who urged them on. "A lot of people died to save you all. Now hurry up and go. If the Shadow Army shows up, we won't be able to stop them." Just then, A convoy of military armored vehicles approached their headlights, cutting through the darkness, signaling the start of the evacuation. Once safely inside one of the vehicles, Ginza pressed his hand to the window, painfully looking back at his life's work as it was consumed by smoke and flames. Rich son, the city I poured my heart and soul into building, sitting across from him. William offered some false comfort with a sly smirk. Don't worry. As long as we still have the Sim Corporation, rebuilding Rich Son will be a piece of cake. Ginza's eyes narrowed. He was finally realizing William's true nature. So the one thing you couldn't abandon was the data, wasn't it? Suddenly, a massive explosion sent the armored vehicle beside them flying, erupting in a violent fireball. Ginza screamed in horror. What? The convoy was under heavy attack. A panicked voice yelled over the radio, "The armored vehicles are being attacked by the shadows. Scatter and retreat." A deadly flash of light shone from above, heralding another devastating attack. Immediately after, a pillar of brilliant golden energy descended from the heavens, slamming down and creating a horrific explosion. Amid the devastation, Shizuya shakily crawled out from an overturned vehicle, his body aching and sweat pouring down his temples. He looked up at the night sky with a sense of foreboding. From within the smoke and fire, a large, imposing figure with red hair and purple armor emerged. Shizuya gritted his teeth as he recognized it. A Shadow Elder, so it really has appeared. Despite facing such a powerful foe, the military commander didn't flinch. He raised his hand and gave a decisive order. Fire! The entire squad opened fire on the new enemy in unison. Countless rounds slammed into the Shadow Elder, but they merely sparked and ricocheted off his formidable armor. Watching from a distance, Shizuya frowned as he realized the grim truth. Bullets are useless against him. With a low growl, the Elder clenched his fist. He unleashed a massive slash of purple energy, sending the soldiers flying and screaming in agony. Shizuya raised his hand, signaling to the panicking soldiers, "You can't handle this." Immediately after, the entire team of Covenant Keepers stepped forward, shielding the soldiers and declaring in unison, "Leave this to us." From a safe location, William shouted over the communicator, commanding the team, "Covenant Keepers, your trial has begun." Immediately, the old man Meiji gathered his strength and shouted, "Mana shield, I'll block his attack," and a brilliant golden shield of light materialized, intercepting the descending wave of destructive purple energy. Pushed back several steps by the terrifying power, he gritted his teeth and gasped, "This power!" Meanwhile, a fire element warrior leaped into the air and roared, "Just defending won't get us anywhere." As he finished speaking, he erupted in flames and charged straight at the Elder. But the enemy was ready, gathering purple energy into his sword to counterattack. Seeing his comrade about to charge in blindly, Shizuya quickly stopped him. "Wait," he explained the strategy in a stern voice. "Don't you all understand yet? Charging in recklessly won't help us win this fight." The masked female warrior turned and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Shizuya's gaze was fixed firmly on the monster. "We just need to hold them off until everyone has safely retreated." The female warrior replied decisively, "Understood." Immediately, Shizuya cast Rapid Mana, firing a barrage of energy beams at the enemy and shouting to draw its attention. Over here, seizing the opportunity. "Ian!" The masked female warrior charged from the flank, shouting, "Over here!" At the same time, the red-haired warrior charged head-on, provocatively yelling, "Come on, bring it on!" While another leaped down from above, aiming for a critical blow. "Take this! My holy sword will answer!" In response to their coordinated attack, the Elder simply roared and swung his sword, creating a vortex of purple energy that threw everyone back, taking advantage of that precious moment. Janusa and the group of civilians had retreated safely. He breathed a sigh of relief. "We've made it out safely." Then he turned to his daughter with a proud smile. "Shizuya-kun really is amazing. Now I understand why you cherish that boy so much." But in response, Hitomi just turned her face away, without a word. Back on the battlefield, the Elder suddenly stopped after knocking the warriors back. He didn't pursue them any further, instead turning his head to look at the group of people retreating in the distance. While running down the devastated road, Janusa suddenly felt a murderous intent that sent a chill down his spine, forcing him to look back. "He's looking this way." Realizing his true target was about to escape, the Elder crouched down and dashed forward. William, Janusa, and Hitomi all screamed in horror as they saw the Dark Elder targeting them. "Stop him!" Instantly, Shizuya dove down from the sky, his radiant energy sword aimed straight at the enemy. He unleashed Leon Slash with all his might, Creating a brilliant streak of light, it collided head-on with the elder, but the enemy simply raised his sword, easily stopping Shizuya's attack and sending him skidding across the ground. The elder stood imposingly, his cold purple eyes staring unwaveringly at Shizuya. Watching from a distance, Meiji shouted, "He's marked Shizuya as the enemy." On the ruined road, the two warriors stood facing each other. A deathly silence fell before the life-or-death battle began. Shizuya looked straight at his foe. His eyes were firm without a trace of fear. An information panel appeared revealing the enemy's terrifying power. Dark Elder level 99, skill infinite greatsword. Shizuya thought to himself, just as the Dark Leader predicted, such a ridiculous level. He assessed his own strength. If I fight him now, I won't last even a minute. In a moment of hesitation, he wondered, should I distract him and find a way to escape? As a stream of red lightning began to gather in his hand, he decided to attack. Using the skill Overlift, he lifted a massive block of concrete from the ground. He hurled the giant concrete block at the elder with all his might, but the elder, with just a single light slash, cleaved the concrete block in two. Shizuya quickly leaped away from the explosion of the impact. He muttered in astonishment, "His strength and speed are on a completely different level. If I fight him head-on, I don't stand a chance." The elder just tilted his head slightly as if gauging his opponent's strength. He immediately charged forward, swinging his sword, unleashing sharp slashes of purple energy. Shizuya hurriedly dodged, but one slash grazed past him, shattering a glass building behind him. He exclaimed, "Damn it!" The building collapsed, creating a small tremor. Dust billowed everywhere. Amidst the rubble, sharp chunks of rock hung in the air like small mountains, and the elder stood there imposing. From among his comrades, a worried voice called out, "Kakisubata!" Meiji quickly grabbed the masked female warrior's hand, shaking his head. "No, it's too late." Another warrior gritted his teeth in anger. "I never even got the chance to give him a proper beating." "Why did you have to die?" Meiji commanded in a low voice. "Let's go. We need to retreat before they arrive because the boss still needs us." But another masked warrior objected. "As a keeper, I can't abandon my comrade." Meiji roared, trying to snap his comrade out of it. "More than that, we have a duty to save those who are still alive." He narrowed his eyes, looking toward William and the others. What a shame. He had a much bigger role to play. Meanwhile, the group had retreated to a safer area, but many people were still gathered together. Meiji looked at William, puzzled. "Boss, why are you still here?" Hitomi looked around in a panic, searching for a familiar figure. "Where's Shizuya? Where did Shizuya go?" With a heavy heart, Magi explained, "He's confronting the Dark Elder, so he won't be back for a while." But Hitomi was stunned. "No, that's impossible." Ginza placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, trying to comfort her. "We live in a world where death is an everyday occurrence now." But Hitomi brushed it away. Screaming through her tears, she yelled, "That's a lie! There's no way Shizuya would die that easily." William suddenly spoke, his eyes firm. "Yes, I completely agree." He looked at his tablet and said in a resolute tone, "We have nowhere left to run." The screen showed countless black dots surrounding them. Are all of these dark ones? Why are they surrounding us?" someone asked. William replied, "The Dark Elder must have summoned them." Maggie angrily demanded, "Then what about the army? Don't tell me they've abandoned us." "Their own comrades are still in here," William explained. "Reinforcements are on their way, but there are too many enemies. They can't break through the encirclement." Standing amidst the rubble, Ginza cried out in despair. "So, is this the end?" But William suddenly proposed, "There is a way. But Ginza, we need your power." Surprised but determined, Ginza replied, "What is it? I'll do anything if it can help." William turned back, a cryptic smile on his face. "I'm very glad to hear you say that." 4. Install all the data into the circuit device and maximize the energy output. As they stood surrounded by the enemy, everyone's faces filled with despair. They murmured, "There's no other hope." William looked at Ginza with a cold, calculating gaze and asked, "You're willing to provide the circuit, aren't you?" Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers immediately turned to question Ginza. "So the Dark Ones are really after the Sennosa even in a situation like this? Are you still prioritizing your own interests? Are you going to drag all of us down to die with you?" Ginza gritted his teeth, enduring the accusations from all sides. Then he looked up and roared defiantly, "Of course! I will provide all the data." William crossed his arms, a satisfied smirk on his face. "I've been waiting for those words. But to release all that energy, we'll need a human pillar to receive it." A stunned Ginza asked, "A human pillar? What do you mean? William explained, we don't know what effects it will have when it's unleashed. Because there are too many unknown variables in the circuit, the first person to absorb this energy will likely lose control. That's why we need a human pillar. A simulation appeared showing the recipient in excruciating agony. As the massive amount of data and the circuit merge, the brain could overload and the person could die. There's no way to survive. The explanation made everyone recoil. A soldier spoke up asking, is anyone willing to take that risk? Immediately, a warrior with auburn hair stepped forward, raising his hand. I'll do it. No one's more suited for a suicide mission than me. Another teammate rushed to stop him, but he brushed him off and said, don't be stupid. As a man, how could I pass up on something this awesome? The masked female warrior also stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Even us girls want to go out. In style, you know. A masked warrior with a greatsword on his back crossed his arms and suggested, how about we decide it with rock, paper, scissors, or a roll of the dice? As the team argued, Magi roared, everyone be quiet, I'm the captain, I'll go. But the auburn-haired man wouldn't back down. He grabbed Magi's shirt and growled, just this once you back down. Just then, Hitomi spoke up, I'll do it. All eyes turned to the small girl in the wheelchair. She looked up, her gaze firm and fearless. I'm just a useless cripple who can't walk anyway, she said. If this works, maybe I'll be able to stand up again. Suddenly, a red energy grid enveloped the entire area, emitting a terrifying hum. The ground shook violently as large concrete blocks began to rise from the earth. The Dark Elder had made his move. He raised his sword high, then plunged it into the ground, unleashing a massive torrent of purple energy that destroyed everything around it. Countless sharp fragments of rock were flung high into the air. He stood atop a ruined structure under the waning moon, looking like a god of death. Then he threw his head back to the sky and let out a roar that echoed through the night. Ginza rushed to his daughter's side, trying to stop her. No! I can't let you do this. But Hitomi just looked at her father, her voice unnaturally calm. If even this body can be of use to someone, then that's more than enough. She looked directly at everyone and declared, there is no one more suited to be the sacrifice than me. The soldiers around them could only remain silent. Speechless at her determination, the silence was suddenly cut by a voice. That's wrong! From amidst the circle of soldiers, Shizuya suddenly appeared. Hitomi was the first to recognize him, joyfully crying out his name, Shizuya. William and Maggie turned, sighing in relief to see him safe, though the back of his shirt was torn to shreds. So you're still alive? Maggie swallowed hard, her face clearly showing her concern for the young man. Shizuya stepped forward, his face covered in bruises, but his eyes were still determined. There's only one person who can save everyone, he said. The soldiers around him began to whisper, Who are you talking about? He slowly raised his cybernetic hand. He pointed directly at the bewildered man and declared clearly, Of course it's you. Panicked Ginza-san pointed at himself. Me? Shizuya continued to explain, You've realized it now, right, that the shadows are hunting you. Ginza stammered, trying to deny the truth. What nonsense are you talking about? Shizuya's words were like a spark, causing the surrounding soldiers to realize the truth and turn on Ginza. It's him. The shadows are hunting him. It's because of you that we're in this mess. Amidst the chaos, Shizuya raised his hand and roared over the noise. Everyone be quiet unless you want to die. William frowned, asking in confusion, But why Ginza? Shizuya turned to William, his gaze sharp. You've realized that the events since the shadows came to this world are very similar to Azurland, haven't you? William replied, Yes. An illustrative image appears. The ultimate goal for players entering a dungeon is the dungeon's boss. Stunned, William seemed to understand. So Ginza is the boss of Kaizo. He still couldn't believe it. But he isn't a government official, a soldier, or even a wealthy man, so why? Shizuya looked directly at Ginza, revealing the final truth. Because he has what the shadows want most, the game's data. A crazy plan flashed through William's mind. So if we implant a circuit into Ginza-san and install the data, he'll become the boss of this area, the Thunder Demon God. An image of a mighty deity appeared in their minds. Pushed into an impossible situation, Ginza collapsed to the ground, stammering, His face turned pale with utter fear and confusion. Then he burst into manic laughter, clutching his head. Ha ha ha! Is this what people call karma? No. Shizuya and William stepped forward, trying to calm him. Please calm down. The future of Kaizo depends on you. Ginza hung his head, his voice filled with regret. This is all my fault. I am definitely the one who pushed Kaizo to this point. Both of them were surprised by his sudden confession. Ginza began to recount, 1 year ago, a mysterious man came to me and offered an unbelievable price for the Azerland data. To be honest, I was suspicious, but the amount was just too large. Shizuya frowned and asked, You sold the game data? Ginza admitted, Yes, but I didn't trust him. So, I kept the most critical data as a trump card and didn't hand it over. Meiji Chen interjected, What did that mysterious man look like? Ginza shook his head, his face helpless. He was in disguise, so I don't know his real appearance. Ginza thought to himself, selling that data might have been the trigger for all of this. I was blinded by greed. If I had just reported everything to the authorities from the start, this wouldn't have happened. After a moment of anguish, he lifted his head. His eyes filled with resolve, he declared, Leave it to me. I'll be the sacrifice. He placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder to say goodbye. Hitomi, I probably won't be coming back. Please take care of yourself. Hitomi silently lowered her head, saying nothing, seemingly suppressing her emotions. Ginza continued, his voice full of love. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I want you to live. Hearing those words, Hitomi looked up and replied softly, reluctantly, Take care. Seeing that Ginza had made up his mind, William smiled and said, Let's begin. Everyone stood at the foot of the rubble, watching Ginza stand alone at the top, preparing for the final sacrifice. The circuit device was activated and a notification panel appeared, commencing circuit implantation. Ginza gritted his teeth, his body shaking violently as blue energy coursed through him. He fell to his knees, enduring the pain as the system announced installing data. A beep sounded. The screen displayed 2 words, complete, signaling that the data installation process was over. Ginza sat silently atop the rubble, facing the team waiting below. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a brilliant, powerful blue light. A massive pillar of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting him directly. The energy exploded violently. Shizuya watched the scene in amazement. He was speechless as the energy radiated outwards, creating a spherical explosion. The ground shook violently. Shizuya quickly shielded Hitomi, shouting, Everyone run, hurry! The dust and smoke cleared. It revealed a devastated landscape. On top of the rubble, a massive egg-shaped sphere of energy glowed with a blinding blue light enveloping Ginza. Hitomi burst into sobs, calling out her father's name. Dad! Shizuya looked at the sphere of energy, shouting with a mix of joy and amazement, It's a success! He's really become the Thunder Demon God. William looked up, his eyes full of admiration and awe. You've carved your name into history. But for Ginza, the egg-shaped sphere of energy continued to shine brilliantly, accumulating terrifying power. The blue light enveloped a corner of the city, heralding the birth of a new power. From a distance, a shadow elder stood silently observing the transformation. His purple eyes narrowed as if sensing a threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot towards the sphere of energy at a terrifying speed. Seeing the enemy rushing towards them, the panicked soldiers screamed, It's coming! He's going to kill everyone! We're finished! William shouted, trying to calm everyone down. From within the sphere of energy, a deep and powerful voice echoed, Now it's your turn. The sphere of energy shattered, revealing Ginza's new form, a giant god with blue skin, bulging muscles, and glowing red eyes. A soldier on the team exclaimed with skepticism, He looks strong, I guess. But can someone with no combat experience really defeat that thing? The masked female warrior immediately shot back, That's enough! What are you talking about? The Thunder Ogre has combat experience, you know. The new Thunder God ordered everyone to stand still. He turned to his daughter, his voice softening. I'm counting on you, Hitomi. Hitomi burst into tears, calling for her father in shock. She could only watch in silence, seeing the magnificent back of her father standing tall between heaven and earth. Seeing that the situation seemed stable, William immediately ordered the Guardians. Form a defensive line. Don't let the darkness launch a surprise attack. The whole team responded in unison with a resolute, Roger. Meanwhile, Shizuya quietly approached William and Hitomi and whispered, Please protect her. William replied to Shizuya, Of course, that was my intention. Immediately, a shadow elder from high in the sky, shot down like a purple arrow aiming straight for the Thunder God. His purple eyes glinted with killing intent as the distance between them closed. In response, the Thunder God swung his giant lightning hammer up. He blocked the enemy's attack in a blinding explosion of blue light. The force from the impact created a shockwave that threw them both back. The two gods faced each other amidst the stormy night sky. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. The eyes of both combatants shone with determination and overwhelming bloodlust. Looking up from below, a worried Hitomi asked, "Can we win?" Shizuya turned to her with a confident smile to reassure her, "Of course we can. We've got a powerhouse on our side after all." In the sky, the Thunder God raised his lightning hammer high, gathering a colossal amount of energy. He brought the hammer down, creating a massive pillar of lightning that struck directly at the Elder. But the enemy was no slouch. He raised his sword ready to receive the attack. His sword emitted a strange blue energy, seemingly absorbing the power from the Thunder God's attack. He easily neutralized the pillar of lightning. Then he fired a stream of blue energy back at his opponent. The energy blast flew at terrifying speed, creating a long streak of light across the night sky. Shizuya exclaimed in shock, absorbing energy and using it, just as expected of a Shadow Elder. The Elder charged forward at unbelievable speed, aiming straight for the Thunder God. The Thunder God couldn't react in time. He could only watch in amazement as the enemy closed in. A fatal slash pierced the Thunder God's shoulder, causing him to collapse. Hitomi screamed in despair, "Dad!" William was also stunned. "Isn't the Thunder Ogre supposed to be incredibly strong? He's being defeated," Shizuya explained. "He hasn't been able to fully control his power yet," William asked in a panic. "What? Then what are we supposed to do?" Shizuya could only answer helplessly, "I don't know." The Elder stood there. He looked down contemptuously at the kneeling Thunder God. Blood began to flow from the Thunder God's wound. The Elder raised his sword, preparing the finishing blow. Hitomi screamed once more in anguish, "No!" In the moment he faced death, the Thunder God's eyes suddenly flared with red light. Memories of his daughter flooded back. "Daddy! Hurry up, I'm 6 years old now. When are you coming home, Dad?" Then came the reproaches from his wife and daughter. "Can't you take a break from work for once? I wish I'd never met you, Dad. Hitomi, Mom isn't here anymore."
"Mom, Dad's not a father at all."
Regret surged through him. The Thunder God whispered, tears streaming down his stone-like face.
"Hitomi, I'm so sorry."
Suddenly, a terrifying blast of lightning erupted from his body, sending the Elder flying. The Elder was stunned by this unexpected power. He landed on the ground, still reeling from the sudden change. The Thunder God stood up, his entire body enveloped in an even more powerful aura of lightning. He charged straight at the enemy. Shizuya cheered with joy. "That's it!" The Thunder God swung his lightning hammer, preparing for an all-out attack. The Elder hurriedly created a purple energy shield for defense, but the lightning hammer shattered the shield with ease. The Thunder God continued to press forward, unleashing a barrage of storm-like attacks. The Elder could only struggle to defend himself. The Thunder God flew high into the air, then brought down a finishing blow from the heavens. A horrific lightning explosion engulfed the entire area. The ground shook violently. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The outcome of the battle was unclear. Shizuya asked tensely, his voice filled with hope, "Did we win?" Suddenly a call came in from the mysterious man. "William, I have good news. The crisis in Cairo City is over. It's safe now." Hearing this, everyone cheered with joy. "Hooray, we're saved, we can go home." William smiled and said to everyone, "Thank you all so much. Well then, perhaps we'll meet again someday, if fate allows." Just then the man on the screen spoke coldly. "Are you planning to leave the cargo behind?" William asked, stunned. "The cargo," the man explained. "The monsters you created and all of that technology." The Thunder God, now engulfed in flames, stood there majestically. The man continued, "Until you hand it over, I won't let you leave Cairo City." William smiled shrewdly. If the Sim Corporation and the military can trust each other, a technological partnership might be possible someday. But the monster you're talking about is the chairman of the Richson Corporation. That's beyond my authority, so I suggest you stay out of this. With that, he hung up. The assistant asked worriedly, "Is it all right for us to go?" William replied with a thoughtful expression, "No. They're targeting Janusa." Suddenly, a squadron of helicopters appeared in the sky, shining their searchlights down on the Thunder God's position. Hitomi asked in terror, "What's that?" The Thunder God looked up, his body ablaze in a brilliant red energy. Shizuya shouted, "Those are tranquilizer rounds. They're trying to capture him alive." A voice came over the radio. "All units, all forces advance to the Red Sun building and apprehend the unidentified life form." As the commander yelled, a massive army charged forward. Seeing her father surrounded, Hitomi screamed at the soldiers. "That's my father! What are you doing to Kaizo, the hero who saved the city?" A soldier turned back, his voice full of apology. "I'm very sorry, but we cannot disobey orders from our superiors." Shizuya rushed to intervene. "Wait, everyone. You just saw the battle, didn't you? He's not an opponent you can possibly fight against." But the soldiers just replied coldly, "Those are our orders." The commander raised his hand and gave the order to attack. And the Thunder God immediately took a battle stance, his entire body glowing with a red light. The gem on his forehead flared, signaling an impending attack. Shizuya yelled in despair, "That's suicide!" The Thunder God swung his hammer, creating a reddish-orange thunderstorm. A destructive wave of energy swept through, tossing the soldiers into the air. Even so, the remaining soldiers stubbornly kept firing bullets at him. But they only embedded themselves harmlessly in the Thunder God's body, unable to penetrate his tough skin. Model